Oh, right, I should probably actually get a copy of my chat up. That might help a little bit. There we go, that's better. Alrighty, now then, time to actually advertise myself a little bit. So let's make sure I get these rolls out of the way. And it's mainly just going to depend on what happens here, because we are at least relatively close to finishing Shantae. Mainly just could be an issue of finding the last bits of treasure and the last squids. Interesting, I do actually dodge that time. Let's see, though. There we go. Alrighty, advertising. Da, da, da. Advertising. Where's my thing? Time to finish our last bit of dancing. Shantae 7 Siren. Time. Alright then. Where do I usually toss this? Probably in here. And here. Wana's in there anyways, but let's just take a peek here and see what's available. Yeah, and the string cord goes off. I really have to figure out why the tag on that doesn't actually work. Live. Let's see then. We'll toss it in Glory's side. Put this here, but get rid of that. Thankfully, it seems Discord wants to do the mini messages today, so that's always nice. Let's see. Promo? Yep. Hey there, Nan. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good evening so far. I know Thursdays are a wee bit hectic, but it's all in an effort to make the weekend cleaner, right? But how are things going on your side so far? Anything fun and exciting happened through the week, or has it been relatively chill for you so far? No. Get that off of that just so I can actually see a tag. Hit sir. I'm kind of just in the middle of my advertising stuff at the moment, so don't mind me. Ooh, very nice. Looks like someone that I follow on Twitter finally got those doll tights and doll gloves. So they have ball joints now in real life, which is always fun. Uh, got some really good sleep thanks to anesthesia. Yeah, anesthesia tends to help a little bit in that case. Just preventative, not a big deal. Okay, okay, that's good then. Yeah, anesthesia definitely helps, especially if it kind of just lingers on with you for a little bit. I guess in terms of that, think I mentioned it in the Discord, but I did get my second booking going for my COVID shot, so next weekend might be a little bit hit or miss in terms of streams. We'll kind of have to see how it hits me, but that's at least the second safety stabbing planned. Gonna be continuing our last journey in Shantae, 7 Sirens. Link, as always, will be in the description. Not description, replies, because this is Twitter. We gotta be professional. Yeah, it'll be interesting to be vaccinated. Not that I exactly leave the house too much anyways, but it'll be nice to be like, hey, by the way, I'm vaccinated, but I'm still gonna wear like my mask and all that, so it won't make too big of a difference. And VTuber, Automatuber. It's like the good little birdie. There we go. Okay, did actually do that properly. Okay, what else then? Here. Then 1 and 2. There we go. It's the channel for it. There we go. Just wanted to make sure I at least got word out that I was going up. See. Yeah, tonight should be the last chunk of 7 Sirens that we need to go through. Just because we are basically just collecting the last bit of treasure that we need, which is 8 gold nuggets and then 3 heart squids, which I don't exactly have the like exact layout for, but I have a rough idea about where they are. And I do have a map ready on my phone just in case I need to check. Thankfully, I know where a couple of them are, so that's not a huge concern, but let's actually grab the map from my computer that I saved, and then we can put that over to my phone. That'll be a bit easier, I feel. Oh, Lori's going live too? Oh, cool. Fish is going live. Always nice when that happens. It's on that phone. I kind of need to do it from here anyways. Just toss it in my other miscellaneous. I keep forgetting at times. I did technically make a third Discord, and I just use it solely for, I basically just use it as a personal notepad that I store in Discord. Like, I don't even remember how to log into it anymore, just I know it's my account, and I can just send random messages to it, and I know where to find them later if I need to. I'd have to double check maybe what the login is for that, because I might be able to use it for something else. But all I know is it just has like Breloom the Mighty as its name, so it's just silly. There we go. Let's just get rid of all the ads on mobile. There we go. Oh, controller. How about you don't do that, buddy? There we go. Yeah. Let's get things started up then, shall we? Shantae. Just gotta get GOG up. That's where I ended up grabbing it, but if it ever does go back on sale on Steam or something, I'll probably grab it there as well. Just because it's like, it's not bad having the GOG Galaxy thing up, but it's not necessarily the best option, I feel, just because it's not really the best option in the world for anything, really. I wonder if that's loud on your guys' side. The intro itself might be loud just because it normally is, but let's just go wait in town. And where did I leave my other pair of headphones? Alright, I used them for a phone call earlier. Just give me a quick second, I'll just go grab those so we can do a quick audio check. Admittedly, it's probably too quiet now just because the intro is obnoxiously loud, but we'll see. Alrighty then. I guess it'll be just a little bit of a test for now, and I can kind of just adjust it as we go, depending on how loud the game itself is. Yeah, just as a rough recap for anyone just joining in here, we'll be basically tackling the last little bit of the treasure hunting, just because we don't have that much left to grab, but it'll be nice to actually finish things up. Yeah, that's fair. All things considered, it does kind of make some sense since I haven't really, like, reinitialized. But it is funny when it actually happens, so I'll always take that as a good time. Nope. Okay. Maybe not. But when it comes down to it here, I do know where a couple of them are, just because, obviously, I grabbed this one for the thumbnail. There we go. I think audio is fine for the moment. Maybe once we get into a boss fight it might get a little bit silly, but I know that one's there because I needed to grab one for the thumbnail, and I just didn't say over it. Because I figured it's going to be on the way to the other one I need to grab anyways, which is over here. Because something I forgot to do once I got Frog is actually go back down here and grab the nugget from down here. Because I think we went here on an older save, but we didn't actually save our progress then. We'll get one of the Quake ones out of the way at least. And we'll get that one. So now we only need about... how many left? We only need 5 more nuggets, and then we're done. 5 more nuggets, and then 3 more heart squids, which is really just going to be a question of where those are. So let me just double check here on my map, just to see where the ones are in this area, just so that way we can get it out of the way. Let's see here. Don't need the heart squids from there. Need the nuggets from Mossy Biome. Okay. So there's obviously the one in the shaft, there's one down here, and there's a couple more to the side, so I may as well go check those. X to slow down. Take the less random path, which is always nice. And then where it's pointing me towards is that area to the side there. If you can notice the kind of green backwards C shape at the bottom right there. There's apparently a couple there, and I don't recall if those are the ones that we've missed. Also, the goddamn eye. I hate those so much. Case in point. Eyes. I hate that you have to use one of your powers just to even see an enemy. It just seems completely unnecessary. There we go. And then you, sir. Come on, buddy. There we go. Okay, that's not where I meant to go. Right, we actually need to go down. Need to go down real far for this. So, best thing you can do at least is just belly flop your way down, because all of the enemies here are fairly weak. Which is always at least a nice thing to turtle belly flop. Sadly, it doesn't kill some of the bigger enemies, but it's still nice to have. There we go. Yeah, overall I'd say we're going to be taking this relatively relaxed, just because I doubt it's going to take us all 4 hours to finish everything up tonight. If only because of the fact of, like, it's not that much treasure to actively get, but it's still a concern. There we go. Alright, so... yeah, we just need to go to the far side here. That'll at least be a good place to check, because I know the main things that we need to look out for are basically anything that's tied to the Quake Dance that we couldn't do before. Well. And well. Then you can go, and you can go. Now let's see. Seer Dance is going to be your friend. I don't necessarily agree with how they actually set this up, just only because if you need 3 powers or 2 powers just to get like a collectible, that seems a little bit like rough game design, but go away. I like that he's just here. I hope we all live to see the end of this. Well, yeah, we hopefully should. As long as nothing actually... oh. Should be able to, as long as nothing actually gets in our way, but... okay, yeah, we've got that one too, then. That's probably all of the ones we need to worry about for here. Whoops. So then let's just go back to our teleport. I believe it's just, yeah. There we go. That's better. And then where would be a good place to check? Probably the mines, if I'm honest. So it probably wouldn't even be a good thing to teleport. It's probably just easier to walk there from here. Except for the eyes bouncing around. Don't like the eyes. Well, there we go. And we can kind of enjoy the mines music for a bit too, so that'll be nice. Because I don't know about you, but I tend to like the... well, the pirate ship just kind of has better music, I think, but... the mines music is definitely pretty nice overall too, I'd say. Fuck. Let's see here. But to actually get there, you need to go here. There we go. And you do sometimes forget that you have Octo Jump at this point, because I feel like you're probably meant to grab most of the collectibles before now. Alright, so then we just need to go down into here. Just avoid the mermaids, as cute as they are. We don't need to face them as Frog. Especially since Frog has about the battle capabilities of a Feather Duster. Alright, so, mines. What's gonna be a... oh, come on now. There we go. What can we find in the mines today? Hey, whoops. Oh, okay, figures I get the Spectre card again. Oh well. Not that we exactly need money or anything, but it's nice to get the duplicate cards, just because you can make a lot of money very quickly depending on, like, the rarity of the card. So if you're ever, like, strapped for cash, it's not too bad, but there's something in there. There we go. I swear there was something in there, but not quite at the moment. Let's see. Let's just pull up the mines map really quick. Mining site. There are a lot of nuggets here, so it's probably worth the check. Let's just go work our way up from the top and kind of work our way down. Also, yes, don't worry, I do see my health. It's kind of just like we have the 9 auto potions anyway, so it's not really a bad thing that we're low on health at the moment. Oh, hey there, Dalton. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. Hope you're having a good evening so far. And all things considered, you never really need a reason for bits. They're kind of just there in your wallet, so you may as well use them from every now and again at least. But welcome all the same. How are you doing? Well, we're kind of just in treasure hunt mode right now, just because it's nice to actually get it out of the way. Then we can finish off the last dungeon, then we're pretty much done with all the modern Shantae games at least. We'd only realistically need to worry about, like, Risky's Revenge and the the Game Boy Color release, but I don't think we're gonna worry about the Game Boy Color release. That game is quite rough. Okay, yeah. Let's just go up here. Side stress from exam? Okay, definitely understandable. Exams are always a pretty tough time of the year, so... Is this the sight one? Yes, okay. We've done that one. Let's see here. Golem friend. And then Quake. Wait. Now, is it stress from, like post-exam stress? Or is this more so you have an exam coming up, like, in the next day or so? Because I know you can kind of differentiate between the two, but... It's always nice to get them done at the very least, so hopefully post-exam. Okay. Well, definitely glad to hear they're at least out of the exam. Just because I know it can be a little bit hectic overall with all the studying and all that. Thankfully, it's been a few years from my end since I've had to worry about it, but tests are never fun, exams are never fun. Unless it's like open book, in which case it's usually easy enough and you don't have to worry, but get rid of you. Also, I am solely using the Quake Dance there to get rid of him, just because it's relatively easy to do so. Let's see here. Inside a container, Seer, Quest, Quake. Quake is probably the one I'm missing, but let's just check it and see. Thankfully, you've done both of those, so we're good there. So then we go down the tunnel. And it should just be over here. And I'm gonna guess from that. Because usually speaking, those statues are kind of indicative of that. Yeah, okay. Inside a retainer. Requires Seer Magic to find. Okay. Arguably, I probably should have just done this off-screen, but it's always nice that you guys can actually get the music on this too. Let's see here. I think this would have been the container that you needed the Seer Magic for, so... Yeah. And then over to the side here, that would have been the one you would need the Quake for. I'm just gonna do that, because we can. Thankfully, with having magic regen, you can basically just use your dances for however long you feel like it, because there's nothing realistically stopping you from doing so. Oops. Y'all can just go away. I'm just trying to think of, like, weird exam stories that I would have had from back in the day. Because I know we used to have a few, like, weird ones overall, since I never had to worry about doing tax in university, because tax was always such a pain in the butt to worry about. But it ended up more so being a... It was interesting to actually see the tax exam class, because obviously tax law is going to be pretty nasty, all things considered, just because of that's the nature of tax law. But when it comes down to it, like, that's an open book exam, and the book is thicker than a dictionary, so imagine carrying and noting that thing up for an exam. and you can just imagine the fun you'd have with that. Let's see here. I'd imagine we've gotten the one here. Can't use Quake to reveal a nugget. Since there's no nugget, we're good. Hey there, Solids. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a fantastic evening so far. Apologies I wasn't able to drop by your stream beforehand, just because I was a little bit preoccupied setting up things on my end, but how did everything go? By all means, you're free to share what you were working on at the very least. This one? I'm pretty sure we did this one, because this was just the combo of mechanics. Since you can get speed off that, you can climb with Newt, and then you can belly flop there. Although you're probably supposed to dash out of it. There we go. Yeah, that would have been a hard squid right there. Let's see. Made a VTuber prop. Well, that's one way to reset the room. I'll take it. Alright then. That covers everything from there except for one in the big room, which is Seer to reveal the position and Tortoise Stomp to unearth the nugget. Okay, so that's probably one that we may have missed, but it's worth checking. A VTuber prop. Let's see here. Is that a prop that I can use, or a 2D one? Huh. It's a tablet? Oh, okay, a drawing tablet specifically for Cyan actually matched the rest of the overlay. Okay, that makes sense. That's very well done, Solace. Good work. Yeah, artists do tend to need drawing tablets in front of them. Admittedly, since I'm using, like, a really tiny, no-screen tablet, I'm not sure if it would be needed for my end, but maybe in the future I'll kind of design one that works for the freezer, since I probably should draw a little bit more on stream. Let's see here. Well, although I think one thing I realistically need to work on first are the stingers, just so that way I have, like, transitions for everything. That's probably the best thing I could look into going forward. And your method kind of gave me a rough idea about making, like, a pixelated one, but I need to figure out, like, fog effects. There we go. Thankfully, New does give you some invincibility frames. Tortoise, not so much. There we go. Yeah, I have a feeling I could do it just fine. It's more so just finding, like, the time and the idea for it. Because I'm gonna have to find a combination between, like, well, that and I need to actually make a logo. A logo would probably help when actually making a stinger, because you can at least include that as a part of it. There we go. And you, there we go. Let's see. Now you need Seer Magic to find it, and then Turtle Stomp to get to it, which is this one over here, from what I recall, so... how about you go away? And then I guess we will eat something really quick. There we go. I guess we'll Seer to check, but... yeah, because it would be, like, right here if it was anything, but... I'm gonna assume it's not actually here, so I guess we're done with the mines then. Let's see. I guess the Sunken Ship is next. Sunken Ship, where are you? Don't need Mossy, don't need the tour route, need the Sunken Shipyard. There aren't too many in there, but... let's see. We're kind of right near there anyways, so... let's go visit the graveyard again and see what we can do. Yeah, because I know, like, a fun history lesson from my side at the very least. All of my pixel animation work, when I did do pixel animation back in the day, I did in Photoshop Elements. So I was a stubborn bastard when it came down to the end of the day for it, so A-Sprite's making it surprisingly easier to actually figure it out. Yeah, I figured that would be a relatively easy comparison to why I may have been a little bit slow in figuring out how to do animation work. But, yeah. Just lovely photoshopped elements. CS6, I believe, was the one I used the most. It worked. I made some interesting pixel art out of it. Oh yeah, A-Sprite's definitely made pixel art so much easier to work with. I'm still trying to get used to the tools, but I think it's just because of my, like, rustiness in terms of using Photoshop elements for it, that I got too used to its systems. Let's see, have I missed anything yet? No, there would be the first thing in here, so... Which is that, which we've gotten, so... Well... Let's see. Another card. How many bad cards are we actually at now? 22 extra. I mean, you know, we only have 17 extra cards of that type. Let's see, the Muckman. What else is going to be in here? Absolutely nothing, because there's not much in the Ghost Ship. Ooh, interesting. And you can go away, y'all can go away, y'all can go away. Alright, and then I'm assuming this one is use shock magic on the terminal to reveal Nugget, yeah. Well, we definitely did a healthy amount of hunting, so... Let's see here. I need to do more. I want to do a new avatar, maybe an animated one for myself. Okay. That might definitely be an option. Because I know I've been seeing those pixel art VTuber models come out, which I'd imagine you can put together an A-Sprite and then like export it into a like a PSD or something, and however you need to animate that in Live 2D. Where are the other things? There's gonna be one like right into the entrance there. I know that's something that I might look into doing in the future myself as well, because if I want to get like a 2D model for Jude, I might honestly see about getting it in a pixel art form. Because there's realistically nothing stopping you from doing so, and depending on how many details you really need for like a pixel art one, you could probably do that with just like the free trial version of Live 2D, right? Because you get 30 layers. Oh, whoops. Might just make a single pixel art PNG tuber model. Yeah, that might be a good idea to at least to start out, and then once you do get the time for it, you can maybe look into getting maybe a bit more of a full model going. Since I know it's always nice that you can get a full model going in time, but I know they're a bit hard to actually put together. Reveal hidden chest, yeah, we got that. Yeah, doing a 2D model of Jude would be interesting, just because with the like hair color fuckery that I at least have going now, that might make a 2D a bit harder. Oops. Brain blanked out for a second, that's why we were stuck on offline. There we go. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye to you. And goodbye to you. Jason knows how to do that. He has RGB color cycle mode. That's true, actually, so I could always just ask him. There we go. Okay, I'm just gonna do that. Yeah, Jason does have some good effects on his model. Thankfully, Jason is a very talented, like, tech artist, so... Well, he's a very talented 3D artist, and that's kind of what he's, like, known for, more so. So it'll be nice to actually see his streams of that again, because I kind of want to learn a little bit myself. There we go. Also, it's just dang adorable. Yeah. Dewey did make the model for Jason, but Jason is the one who rigged it, so that's kind of the combo of it. Live 2D is just fake 2D, it's 3D under it. Yeah, that's true. I know I saw kind of an interesting post that I shared on Twitter earlier, where it was a... They basically figured out how to do a Live 2D model, but they were able to go like this far with the model itself, which always seemed a little bit weird. Just having it face sideways, but it was confirmed to be in Live 2D, was a bit odd. So like, it's definitely possible to do whatever the fuck you want in Live 2D. It's more so just getting the right actual like calculations done in the program. And that's really all you have to worry about. So things like, seen the pixel VTubers by that one artist who does have them flow like you kind of would expect with fluid motions, but I have seen one VTuber who does actually do it more of like a pixel animated style, where it's just like moving between frames instantly instead of having the smoother motions behind it. Either realistically work, but... Oh, and I'm just gonna check the dungeon for heart squids. I think I collected all the heart squids from the dungeons, but never hurts to check. Oh, no. Then, no, up here. There we go. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the tech actually goes when it comes down to all the models, just because it seems like it's coming a pretty long way overall. Because obviously Vroid got its 1.14 update, so there's a bit more things you can play with in that respect. Okay, yeah, we do have all the heart squids here. So there's a few more things you can kind of play around with when it comes down to it in terms of 2D models. There's a few things you can kind of look down into for 3D models as well. Let's see, we've done green, yellow, and pink. I guess blue, so let's go to the bottom of the ocean, shall we? Boy. Because one of the heart squids I feel we actually lost... Well, we didn't lose it, we can go back and fetch it, but... I'm just gonna check it since it's here. Also, T-pose for dominance. Always your friend. But when it comes down to the actual model creation process, we're getting relatively far in terms of tech, so... Oh, I did get all three here. Interesting. I don't think there's any nuggets in the dungeon, so don't think we need to worry about that. So since we're at the bottom of the shaft, let's see what's actually available here. Deep sea current. Let's see here. In a chest in the middle of this section. Excuse me? Oh, there. Right. Let's see. I've seen 3 different effects. Pixel frames in 2D with a very minimal blending and tweening. Pixel textures on a 3D model and a voxel model with black colored voxels to give it a 3D pixel effect. Okay. Yeah, that would make more sense. I haven't seen like a full-on voxel model just yet, but it would be interesting to actually see one of those in action, since I know with things like 3D Game Hero and the one boss from Persona 4, people should be a little bit more accustomed to voxel artwork nowadays. Oh, and obviously Cube World. Rest in peace, Cube World. You shall forever be missed. But Cube World was a very good example of what a actual voxel game should look like. Let's see. This should be the room for that one. Yeah. Yeah, Cube World was interesting. I did like Cube World, but its development kind of got, like, shot in the foot, so... Not too much we can do there. Let's see. Gonna be one... Oops. Up here. Let's see. It's just in there. You stored them. Tortoise stomp in the bottom left corner of the room. Excuse me? Huh. Hold on. Oh, here. Right. I would imagine this one's gotten. Yeah, I think it's safe to say this one's gotten. Yeah, Cube World was interesting just because I got it back when it was in beta, like, really long time ago. And it was kind of fun following the progress on it, but as soon as, like, the newer updates came out for that, it kind of just killed itself, at least in terms of my interest on it. It's not that it was necessarily bad, just it was not super, like, single-player friendly anymore. And, like, they did make it more of a multiplayer game, and I get that, but it's me. Yeah, some friends and I played it way back in the day. Yeah, that's definitely understandable. It was interesting while it lasted, I'll give it that much. Just because it was a novel idea, and it came out very well for the time. But then a lot of things... Oh, yeah, I haven't done this yet because we need the actual double jump for it. There we go. 2 more heart squids. Yeah, when it came out at the release, it was fun, and I loved it. I kind of liked playing the mages with the rings, I think. Ring mages were always fun.
This'll make it better.
There we go. A little bit of healing and cure the poison. Then what else do we got here? Let's see. There's gonna be one that way, so let's just double check that. But what's also nice just with the amount of like race options that you ended up having, because I think that was like human, elf, gnome, or human, elf, either gnome or dwarf. I don't quite remember if there was both. But there was also skeleton and lizards. And I'd imagine someone modded in the kobolds once someone actually had the time to do it. Well, yeah, there should be something here, but I guess we got it already. I'm assuming that's what it's at least telling me. It's your magic to reveal container position. Yeah, I'd imagine that was just like right here. I can't imagine anywhere else where that's going to be. Because you can't really see or dance or anything down there. Alright. So, let's just go straight up for... There should be one, like, right near the top of this shaft. If I'm reading the map right, at least. Let's just double check that one. Oh, rude. But it definitely was fun. I'll give it that. It'd be nice if maybe it can get picked up again, and maybe, like, someone else can maybe develop it to make it a bit cleaner. But I feel like it's kind of stuck in that weird gray area now, where... Whoops. Kind of stuck in that weird gray area now, where it's kind of just rough development hell, but that's just because the owner kind of abandoned the project. Really? I never got that one. Huh. Well, I'm glad I checked it then. Because that's a really easy one to get to. Oh well. We're here to do our treasure hunting, so that's what matters the most. Then this. There's a heart squid in the flower? Is that what it's implying? Above the sand pit. Ew. Yeah. Sand pit. Oh, hi. Hate those so much. Alright, above the sand pit. That's a really vague description. Walkthrough. So it's not anywhere there. Noted. Oh. I'm not actually in the right room for it. That's why. I'd imagine, like... here, maybe? No? Either that or we've gotten it already. Let's see here. Matt, if you would like to help us out here, that'd be lovely. I don't want to save it, I just kind of want to see where it is. But that should probably keep us covered for the moment at least, because the only other ones we need to check here are in a couple areas over this way, so we'll just keep going back this way and grab the last couple of spots. I doubt that we missed these ones, but we'll have to see. Especially since we just got Octo Jump anyways, that's probably my hint of the ones that I need to look out for. Because we haven't really done any of the puzzles yet that require Octo Jump, except for that one there for the Heart Squid. There's probably going to be more for the actual nuggets sooner rather than later. Let's see, that'll be tied to the bottom room there, so we may as well just go this way. What are some other kind of older beta games that I used to play that I kind of miss now? It's been a hot minute since I really looked through some of my older Secrets of Grindia is one that I remember having, because I know me and my sister used to be fond of that one. There we go. Here you. Alright, so it's at the very bottom of the shaft? Yeah. Yeah, Secrets of Grindia was interesting just because it was a bit of a combo between what's the best way to describe it? It kind of played like Mana... Trials of Mana? Oh, what's the name of that? I think Trials of Mana, roughly. Like, it's a top-down RPG, more or less. But it was kind of one that went through a very, very long development cycle, and I think even now it's like, if it's not out of early access, it just got out of early access. Which, by all means, I'm glad they finally got there, but we've been waiting on that game for a long time. But it was fun. A bit quirky, but it was fun. Well, now then, where's the best place to go from here? Not really that much else to do, except for the ones by the save room, so... Or the warp room, sorry. There we go. I do love that you can kind of just chain your dances into other dances. So even if you do something like that, you can just belly flop right into the drill. There we go. Then we need to go down. Let's see here. But what other ones would I think of? I'm not sure if it would really count as a beta at all, but Ragnarok Battle Offline was always a game I liked playing. It's not necessarily an easy one to run, just because, let's just say it was kind of made at a time when Windows XP was the main operating system. Or at least that's when I found it. It's going to be a little bit hard to get that run on Windows 10. I think I still have the files for it on my laptop, but I have no idea in hell if it's actually going to work on this. Oh, hey there, Leah. Welcome, welcome. Good timing. But yeah, Ragnarok Battle Offline was always a fun game overall. It's kind of like just a side-scrolling beat-em-up, but with the Ragnarok Online theming tied to it, which I always appreciated, because obviously Merchant is bae, and always play Femme Merchant, because Merchant is probably overpowered as all fuck in that game. But it was a fun time. Because you just kind of got to beat everything up with an axe the entire time. Got the theme stuck in my head. Well, Leah, you're welcome. Because the theme is definitely good. Use Octojet to reach the herd squid. Huh. What am I missing, then? Oh. There we go. One more heart squid left to go. Most of the heart squids I'm going to wager are going to be tied to the octo jump, if only because of the fact, like, we just got it. But almost done in that case, so that's nice. I think when it came back to Ragnarok Battle Offline as well, I liked playing the thief characters a lot. Because for anyone that ends up knowing fighting games at all, or even just Ragnarok Online in general, there was a skill called Double Attack that thieves got in Ragnarok Online. They basically made that into a Shadow Clone duplicate attack in Ragnarok Battle Offline, where you just activated it and you had a Shadow mirror your attacks and your movements for a little bit. Which always made that class significantly fun to play, but very glass cannony to play. So it wasn't always the easiest one to do, and all of the menus were in either Japanese or Korean. I don't quite remember. But you could at least name yourself in English, and everything else was in English, just all of the skill descriptions were in Korean. So it wasn't quite the most easy game to play without, like, the 50-page guidebook you printed off and you stuck in a binder on the off chance that you needed to look something up. see here. Our spark magic. Okay, there's a bit of a loop here. I guess we're going up. Yeah, Ragnarok Battle Offline would be an interesting one to actually revisit if I could. It's just an awkward one to actually get running, and I don't know if that can run on Windows 10 when I couldn't even get, like, regular Ragnarok Online to run on Windows 10. I'm not sure how the hell Ragnarok Battle Offline is supposed to run on Windows 10. Let's see. Inside a chest. The chests usually stick around, though. No. No, it should be there. In the middle. Okay, so the heart squid was just sitting there. The boss room would be right above us, and I don't think we can get there from here. Oh no, we can. Let's just do the loop here. I think one of the harder classes that you could end up playing in that game was actually the wizard class, if I recall correctly. Because you did have to stand in place for a bit to cast your magics for a few of them, I believe. I think Magic Missile is free, but the dumpster RO anime? Oh, you mean if I look back at my shelf, the one that I purchased because I was such a Ragnarok Online fanboy back in the day that I kind of wanted to grab as much merch as possible? Yes, I have seen that dumpster of an anime. I can own it and wave it in people's faces. Like, I'll give it one thing. It at least looked half decent. But other than that, like, it was not fun. It wasn't animated super well, but graphically, at least the characters looked on point, and the monsters looked on point. But other than that, it was a dumpster fire. Let's see here. We go up here. There should be either this, which that's definitely what we got. And then other than that, everything's else is elsewhere, so that's a big old note from Jude. Alright, then Heart Squid number 2. Inside a cave requires spark magic. I'd imagine we got this. Because this is a very early cave. Yeah, we got this one. Then you. Let's see. We go over to the big room, past the save point. And there's supposedly something in here, but I think that's this one. Where you just kind of have to navigate yourself by a frog through all the tunnels to get into this room. There we go. And I'm assuming that's what it's going to tell me. 5, yeah, swim through the hidden passageways. And then inside the chest in the top right corner. So let's just try that one and see if we can actually grab that. Can we go up through here? Sweet. Love all those stupid hidden passageways. Let's see here. What do you got? Alright, yeah, we got that for sure. Sadly, can't whip the archer down before it gets his volley off, but oh well. Alright, what else is there in here? A couple nuggets down there. And we're still kind of hovering on... oh no, hovering on 4 nuggets and 1 heart squid, so... that last heart squid is going to be pretty annoying to grab, because I have no idea where that's going to be. I know we grabbed all of them from the dungeons, but that means there's one in a cave somewhere, and I have no goddamn idea where that's going to end up being. Let's see, best to go back to the save point, so... well, at least we will definitely still be finishing this game tonight. There isn't that much left to collect. Just there's one question I want to ask you guys in advance, because the last, card that we need to grab, the one here, you have to get in that last dungeon. That's the only place it's available. This card is the last boss, and that's the one that we need the 9 nuggets for. I do plan on getting the card, just because it's kind of helpful at times. We have more than enough health, so I probably won't use it, but... it is functionally the card for the last boss, and you can get it before the last boss, which I always find fun. But do you guys want me to, hide the name of that? Just so that way you don't have to worry about knowing what the last boss is? Because I'm not sure who all has or has not actually played 7 Sirens before. And And I don't want to spoil the last boss for you, because it's pretty interesting, and I mean, she's pretty hot. Map. Maybe one a little bit further down. Because it's in this room. Yeah, because it'll be here, and I think I got this unnaturally. But there should be, like, a container right there, right? Use your magic to reveal the container? Yeah. But considering we've only got them there, this one's free. Unless it's, like, down here, but yeah. Okay, so it's not that one. So only one other one to check, which is in the other tunnel. So back we go this way. There we go. Oh, go away, Mutt Gal. Don't want to play with the weird slime fish today. And then this one. I'm pretty sure I ended up grabbing this. Yeah, because it would have been this one. Okay. Alrighty then, next area we can go to. Honestly, the service area is probably the best place to go, but we'll go up to that little purple area first, because I think there's something in there. The tour route. I don't actually remember where the tour route is. Because you'll obviously notice we're missing like the entire middle of the map. But where the hell is the tour route? Is it just something that I completely missed? That might honestly be where I'm missing stuff. It's probably the tour route. So, how do I get into there, then? That's just from town? Should you fail to collect 1 and 2 center rooms before the cave, and you can collect them by visiting the 3 scientists that wait in front of the blocked entrances. Oh. That could be a problem. Thankfully there's a backup for this, but my problem is that I missed the heart squid. So how do I get the other bits and pieces that are in there? Enter rooms to the cave, and you can collect them by visiting 3 scientists that wait in front of the blocked entrances. That's a weird way of putting it. So that yellow path there is probably one we need to go into. It's probably not the easiest one to see, but in the middle of the map there, right above where that little purple area is, there should be something filling in the center of the map, which I've apparently missed. So, whoops. Let's see if we can actually get into there. Let's see. I guess Ragnarok Online is something that I can pretty much talk about for a while, actually, just because I used to play, like, vanilla for the longest time in the world before I just realized I had better ways to spend my time, and swapped over to private servers that actually just had, like, EXP rate ups and more custom things in them, because people ended up modding that game to hell and back, just because, like, it's just a sprite-based MMO. It's relatively easy to mod. It doesn't exactly require, like, a master's degree to get all the assets in the game. But it was always nice to see, like, the variety of play that actually came into it with the RO private servers. Just because you could have something as simple as, like a 5x5x5x roughly, which was base experience, job experience, and then drop rate gain. Or you could have something as insane as 8,000 times, 8,000 times, 8,000 times, where you could solo everything. The max level cap was 255 on base and job, and you could rip through most content, and they had to mod in more content to actually make it hard. Oh. Come to Jude. How did I not go this way before? Alrighty. Well, it's not where we needed to go, but... Quake for good measure. Seer? There we go. There's one. 3 more to go. Yeah, the RO private server life was always an interesting one, because you ended up having, like, wizards that could instantaneously cast everything. That could be a problem, because I feel like I remember this being bugged in the past. So we've obviously dealt with the one there. I guess the only other one would be in that little pink area itself, so... I guess our best option is to go into there? So what's the best way to actually do that? Honestly, just going back to the warp room, and then we can kind of just warp down to lower right. And I guess thinking on it as well, they ended up making a lot of custom stuff for the private servers, if only because of the fact, like, Ragnarok Online isn't necessarily a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. Also, I went the wrong goddamn way. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, like, it's a good MMO. It's old as all hell now, but they're still updating it because Ragnarok Online 2 kind of just crashed and burned like MapleStory 2 did. So they kind of figured it was just in their best interest to keep the original run going. But I feel like you'd have to maybe dig a little bit to find the private servers nowadays. Oh gosh, Ragnarok Online. My host brother, when I was in Foreign Exchange, played that one so much. Yeah, Ragnarok Online had a lot of content in it. It wasn't necessarily like the most obvious content in the world, but like, it was there. There was a ton of it in. Or there's a ton of it at the end of the day, but all things considered, it was mostly just an interesting point where, boy, you could have fun with it. I stayed with the host family, thus host brother. Yeah, sorry, I just don't hear host brother all too often, so it didn't really click in my head immediately as to what it actually meant. But, no, definitely understandable. I hate to ask, but was it actually in Korea then? Because, like, RO is kind of a pretty popular Korean game overall. I really hope I didn't glitch this. Taiwan. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, so it's not those ones. And there's nothing else really, like, in the area. So if I got... Well, pretty popular there as well, at least when I was there. It seems like it's still relatively popular overall, just because of the fact, like, it's a big game. Oh, the tour route was, like, the ship, right? That's why all that's here. What do we need here? 3. It's just in a chest, so it would have been that one. What? Oh, whoops. Went a bit too far. You can go away. Then slime buddy. There we go. I know when I used to play RO, I would tend to focus on, like, Wizard, High Wizard for the most part, and maybe Assassin from time to time. But I always liked playing the Frost Shock Wizard, just because having Frost Nova and then Jupitel Thunder was always interesting. Inside a hidden container, use Seer to reveal. There we go. Convenience stores had plenty of subs and in-game currency carry ticket for all those. Yeah, that's definitely understandable, and they definitely made them pretty easy to just find. And I guess this one's good too. Huh. Well, I guess just double check. Did I grab all the heart squids here? I did. I really hope this isn't bugged. I'd imagine it's fine, but... Your match reveal chest. I have a feeling I got the ones there, but it's always just worrying. Because I know there are a couple bugs. MapleStory and Ragnarok were pretty popular. Oh yeah, MapleStory and Ragnarok Online are still popular, and that's kind of like the weird portion when it comes to nostalgia baiting all of the like old MMO players. Because like sure, like Final Fantasy XIV kind of has its claws in most people, but if you just kind of bring up the fact like, hey, by the way, Ragnarok Online still exists in like multiple thousands of formats. You can go and play it if you want. Well, it kind of just gets people excited from time to time. Let's see, we got the lab stuff out of the way. I actually picked up the mobile version a while back of MapleStory or Ragnarok, because I know they both have one now. Let's see here, not Mossy Biome, not the tour route, the service area. I respond, screw that grind, too old for that. Yeah, that's definitely understandable. The EXP rates on Ragnarok Online base game are just kind of awful, all things considered. But that's what it was at the time, and people basically just made private servers and said, fuck that shit, I'm out, and just boosted it up to like 3,000, and you could just have fun playing the end game within like 2 hours. Or if it's in like the super high level ones, like sure, grinding up to level 255 was a little bit tricky, but you can still do that within like a week if you're just playing casually. I gotta be careful about them. But then by the time you get up to like level 255 and you're the Transcendent class and you just have your stats maxed for whatever you need them at, since realistically, if you're on a wizard, you basically just pump enough dex in to actually get instacast going on everything, and then you just pump up enough int to actually get going in that. 255, Rebirth, and Transcendent, and whatever else they added. I think Transcendent were the last ones that they added, but I could be wrong. Just because I remember things like the High Wizard and the Ashura and the Machinist, roughly. It's been a hot minute since I've actually looked at endgame for Ragnarok Online, because I stopped playing it a while ago, and unfortunately most of those memories kind of leaked out of my head, which is not one I can really avoid, unfortunately, but it is always nice at the very least that, like, it's still going, so you can always find it if you want. I know because of the fact that my friends added a waifu bot to their server. The Ragnarok Online characters are in there, like most of the dungeon monsters are in there, and the rough player characters are in there. So you've got like the basic ones for the NPCs for job change classes and all that, which is always nice. Always liked the designs and jobs, just didn't get into the gameplay. Yeah, that's definitely fair. I kind of liked it myself, but I think that's more so just suited towards my tastes when it came down to the end of the day. Because I think I just liked the format enough to ignore the slightly janky gameplay. And it's not that it's bad, but it's rough. Because most casting had you stand in place like you do in 14 with Black Mage. Except with pretty much every single caster class, which would have been the wizards, the wizard and wizard subtypes, the cleric and cleric subtypes, except for monk. Although, well, no, monk still had a couple castable things, but it was mostly for, like, physical attacks. But you didn't have, like, that many instant abilities in that game, which may not have suited everybody's tastes. 3 inside a chest. I use Quake to reveal the nugget. That's down there. Oh boy, did I actually grab that one? I completely skipped over that. This Quake here isn't something you'd have normally, so... There we go. I know I remember... I think the last content I ended up playing was the dungeon with the ghosts of classes in it. I wasn't like super deep into the gameplay for it, but that was the last one that I remember. Where you had like the ghost swordsman, the ghost hunter, the ghost... or ghost swordswoman, I think specifically. But all of those kind of ghost characters were the ones that I remember, at least in terms of when I was grinding out things last. There we go. Quake in here. Hey, there we go. And then statue with some money. Okay, so we only need 2 more of the nuggets and then 1 squid heart. So my guess, at the very least, is that it's going to be anything tied to Quake. So let's go to the other Quake one in this area. But I guess that's also just kind of the gameplay that we had back in the day, so we were kind of used to it. So if anything, I would probably go back to it if only to try it out again. Actually, I should try and take some Aro designs and use them to practice pixel art. Yeah, you definitely should. Just because the Aro pixel designs were all simplified in a sense where, like, it translates very well into the pixel art they ended up doing for all the character models and such. But it does end up being more of a... Why am I going north here? Go down. There we go. But they were definitely easy enough to translate over into pixel art, just because when you get down to, like... Let me just see if I can grab, like, the card art for some of the characters and some of the pixel art really quick, just as rough examples for anyone who hasn't actually played the game before. I'll just turn the radio back on, since being clicked out of the game will be a bit of a quiet experience for y'all. Let's see here. Ragnarok online cards. Images. Let's just grab a random one really quickly. Night of Windstorm doesn't count. I need, like, the official card art is the thing. That's actually a good one. The Drake card. Drake is a good example. So, save image as. Go into Stream Assets. Drake card. And then I need Drake's pixel art, because Drake is an interesting one. Drake pixel. I need his actual pixel sheet. That would be incredibly a bit more helpful. Drake Ragnarok Online Wiki. There we go. View full size, save image. Is one of the very few pixel art games I actually like how it looks. Yeah, that's definitely understandable. Like, I'm biased, obviously. I'm going to love most of the pixel art when it comes down to it. But Ragnarok Online was just so goddamn clean. Let's just go back to here, actually showing this. But Drake card, then okay. But when it came down to at least the like card art versus pixel art, they did a fantastic job actually translating it all over. Because if I can grab the card art here, this was one of the MVP bosses that you had to kill by the name of Drake. He was kind of like in a sunken pirate ship. And like, that's a pretty intimidating look still. Like, undead skeleton pirate, that's pretty nasty, all things considered. And then if you do something with the pixel art right, I'm assuming I can do a GIF by that, so... Drake. Where's the Drake pixel, is the question. Or do I have to upload GIFs as a movie? No, that should accept it into there. Where did I save that? I want to understand what phenomenon it is that made fans of pixel art go so hard into love for it. I'm not really sure. I feel like it'll be more of a nostalgia thing overall. Just because a lot of us kind of would have been started up on various forms of pixel art, and then we kind of just came to love it, and we just want to push for it more and more and more. PQRS. Not there. There we go. It'll have the white background just because I'm too lazy to find one that doesn't have transparency, but like, for a 1-to-1, that's a pretty good translation from card art and concept art into a pixel. And that's kind of part of the reason I actually liked Ragnarok Online for its detail work, if only because of something like that, where you can take that complicated of a pixel art and you can still make it work very well in pixel form. And it's not like a super big pixel or anything normally. I'd say that kind of covers more so like maybe a 100 by 300 canvas for that. And admittedly, Drake is kind of a human-sized model anyways, but like, they did their homework. Those guys definitely knew what they were doing. Up. And very high-res pixel, it was just the point where pixel wasn't nostalgic yet, so they put a lot of effort to make their style high-res and distinctive. Yeah, that's very true. Because even once you start looking into, like, the... Where's the one Quake one I'm thinking of? Up there. Okay. When it came down to the end of the day, like, that game was released in the early 2000s, if I remember correctly. So, they definitely had a lot to make up for, but they made it work for their audience, which is always what kind of matters the most. And even as time goes on, they keep the same art style, like Ragnarok Online 1 still works in pixel time. We've gotten this one, but just to whoops. I may as well just check, just on the off chance. Okay, yeah, the fact that that statue is up is kind of indicative of it. Because you kind of have to quake those statues into existence. Alright, so that's probably all of the ones from here. I'm still really curious where that last heart squid is going to end up being, because I have no goddamn idea. Let's see here. 3 is inside a chest and 4 is inside a chest, so let's just double check those really quick. Because this one would be one of them. Then if we go down to roughly here, it'll be in that chest, so that kind of covers that area. Then it's kind of just looking at east and west. I missed something in east and west, really? I missed nuggets in east and west, that's kind of the sad part. Oh, you can't see my mouse. Sorry about that. I'm not actually using keyboard and mouse to play this game, so controller's just kind of easier for me. Let's see here. A Tree Town is probably the best place to warp to for now, but we could also just kind of go up from here and go into east and kind of just travel that way. What? Sadly, I don't think I'm going to have much in terms of, like, what my characters looks like for Ragnarok Online, just because that was, like, 4 computers ago. Yeah, and just go up here. Okay. Or at least 4 computers ago is where I kept most of my actual screenshots for that game. So, it's been a hot minute since I played it. But still is a nice game overall. Alright, so Island East. This guy does have a slight issue where it reverses the map for Island West, so it's not really the easiest one to really follow. There's a lot to the side there. I'd imagine we've gotten, but let's just double check to be sure. And turtle. Oh, said turtle. Turtle. Thankfully, if you have turtle, you can kind of do some silly shenanigans like that. As long as you remember the map layout correctly. Yes, just in the off chance the game crashes again. Because I know we're gonna have to run across, like, one other puzzle to get that last heart squid. Okay, so The heart squid would be in there, the nugget would be in the flower, I would imagine. Yeah. Then there'll be one inside of a chest. Inside of a cave, use Quake Magic to reach the nugget. Oh, okay, that's like all the way up in Armor Town. I feel like we did that, but I guess worth checking? Yoink! Speed! Because otherwise we're kind of just traveling through the rest of this point anyways, so... Yes, we'll see what's up. Inside of a withered plant. 2 and 3. On platform, newt. Inside of a cave requires octa. That's probably what the last one is. Okay, heart squid. Over here. I'd say there's a lot of nostalgia for pixel art. That, and also just generally has an aesthetic that delivers a sense of love and passion for the medium. Also the fact that pixel art is much easier for solo or very small devs to handle. Yeah, that's also true. Because usually speaking, when it comes down to the end of the day, like, 3D is hard. 3D is quite hard. Oh. Really? That requires octojump? Inside of a cave requires octojump onto out of reach platforms. Use hair whisks to turn platforms over. I think this guide is a little bit out of date. You don't need octojump to get this one. You can. There's nothing really stopping you from using octojump to get it, but it's not exactly how you're supposed to get that one. So I guess that's not the one that we want. Requires newt fusion magic to climb. On top of a platform. That's extremely vague. Especially newt fusion. Yeah, because there was one kind of stationed right up here. Even high-res 2D is very hard to get right. Yeah, that's also true. The Ragnarok Online team is obviously a very big development company, because Gravity is just loaded, all things considered. But yeah, because even if we look at like the Drake pixel art that I had before, like that's 8 frames of animation roughly on it, but that's a lot of movement on 8 frames of animation to actually get the feeling across that he's an undead skeleton smoking while his bird is cawing. Well, there you go. Alright, so then the 2 here. 4 is going to be inside the cave, which is the Quake Nugget, which I'm pretty sure this is the one that crashed the game earlier. Yeah, this is the one that crashed the game earlier. We've done this already. And also, I was kind of grinding here for a while just to actually grab the heart off of those guys. Thankfully it wasn't too bad, just they're a little bit awkward in the fact that you can either just manually kill them, or you can drop them on hot plates, so they're usually around. Let's see here. 5 inside a withered plant. Where the hell is that? That's like right here. So, yeah, that one's good. So where the hell am I missing things? Warp room. Go up to Tree Town, please and thank you. I do kind of hope that this isn't a bug. I'll bring up the website in a quick second just to show you what I mean, but I think there may be a bug where those NPCs that are blocking the like cave-in entrances after you do the one event that rips the ship out of the ground, I think there's a bug in the game that prevents them from actually giving you the items they're supposed to give you. I think. Let's see, what do I want to do here? Do an island west now, so. And yeah, Tree Town is just right there, so. This is such a bad map. There's obviously one bonus Master of the Dance minigame. Yeah, just quick match to make the statue up here, which is all the way up there. I'm pretty sure I would have gotten that one, but we'll try it. Well, because we got that statue. And you, and you. This cave should be relatively completed, yeah. I have a feeling I might have glitched out my game, which is not a good thing. But we'll have to dig a bit deeper because we've kind of hit up every single point so far, which isn't a good thing. Drill music, yeah. Then here, there should be one, I'm assuming this one in the chest, for the heart squid. Inside of a cave requires drill. 3. Inside of a cave requires newt. Here? No, that would be that. Inside a chest, which makes sense. There'll be another one past the feather room. Let's just check that really quick. I'm not a pro pixel artist by any stretch, but I somewhat recently did a 9-frame 60 by 90 animation. Okay, definitely a good starting point then. 60 by 90 is definitely a bit of a harder one to get going. Okay, are new for that one. That refreshed all the enemies, which isn't good. Alright, let's go check the ones at least up north. It took me 3 full days of work. The Aura sprites are generally about the same size and way more animation. Yeah, that sounds about right. I know an easy thing to just start working on, just because I know in terms of basic frame animation, you probably want to work with something that's just simple and bouncing, which is probably why, like, Borings are the first enemy in that game, because it was probably the easiest thing for them to test out the animation style with. Let's see here. Go up to here. And yeah, that would be the statue for that one. Let's see here. Get rid of you. There we go. And then the flower here, which would have a nugget in it normally. And then, yeah, this is a problem. I have a feeling our game is glitched. I'm gonna have to look to see if there is something that we've done, or if our game is just kinda uncompletable now. Because I think I've hit every point where something should be. Yeah, because it would just be in that chest, right? Inside invisible containers, your mag turn invisible. Like, is there a save editor for this game? I don't think so, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, if I tab out there, then that's a bit of a problem. Now let's just go back to here for a quick second, and I'll turn the radio on for you guys just while I take a peek into this. But we hit up every single point where a heart squid or a, like, heart squid or a nugget would be. Let's see here. Let me just pull up. Actually, we can go back to, whoops. Go back to here, and then I'll pull up a window capture. Can I do that with just an internet browser? Cool, I can. Easy enough tech on the fly, let's go. But when it comes down to it, you'll notice in the tour route here, there's going to be like this nugget here, that nugget there, and then the heart squid here. And then it kind of just notes, should you fail to collect nuggets 1 and 2 in the heart squid in the center rooms before the cave-in, which is basically where everything went to shit, you can collect them by visiting the 3 scientists that wait at the blocked entrances, which you kind of noticed that we passed by them while we were doing this, and they kind of just said, I hope we survive this. I'm wondering if there's a glitch for the game where that becomes a problem. Shantae, 7 Sirens, Scientist, glitch. Scientist and flooded lab glitch. Bug in specific mini quest. Da da da. Stuck in 7 Sirens. Using earthquake. Da da da. Lost scientist, but didn't give me anything. Da 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 da. Look around the mines, more earthquakes needed for both. Shantae, 7 Sirens, missing 2 nuggets. Nuggets? 1 heart squid. Wonder if that's a common enough search. I didn't get a heart squid or nugget in Water Lily and Sea Vent. Da 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 da. Apparently a couple hearts and nuggets that you need to get, that you just get locked out of after the collapse. The game doesn't make it too clear after that part of no return. I think I'm missing a statue. Da da da. Yeah, we might honestly have just missed those ones. And we might just kind of be SOL. That kind of sucks. Now, when I was trying to get the map together, I spent close to 5 hours looking for the final golden nugget for the last one. Da da da. There's no longer a lockout. You can get it for the scientist. There's a map. Yeah, scientists are on the entrance, which we found already, but they won't give us anything. That's awkward. Although that would imply that we would have everything, because I was pretty diligent in actually finding it before. At least I feel like I was. Tour route. Shantae, 7 Sirens, tower route. Glitch. I don't really need a... I don't need an enemy bug name here. After completing Water Lily's Den. Completing the tour route. Da da da. Accelerate, see ready tops pointing up. Da da da. Yeah, that's not helpful. That's a guide to actually completing the tower route. Da da da. Probably not quite what we're looking for either here. Oh, okay. No, that was probably kind of helpful. Huh. I wonder if I would actually be able to show that off. That's a weird glitch. Because this kind of feels like something that would end up getting patched out anyways, but... What did you use there? Looks like tortoise, but looks like a bit of a clipping glitch, but that's not quite what I'm looking for. Missing final heart squid, please help. Maybe a stupid answer, but could be missing the squid in one of the dungeons. Da da da. Checked against the one from the dancing minigame. Oi. I got 98, now I'm missing 1. Failed to get check everywhere. May have missed the one in the tour route. There are 3 scientists, but I went to every single one. Only one of them had a scientist. Da da da. No scientists in the others. Or glitch missing something. Da da da. That's not helpful, game. Oi, that is not a good sign. Pause that. Well, we'll double check a couple of them just to see, but maybe I accidentally locked myself out of actually completing the game 100%. Because I feel, if anything, those scientists would be giving us, like, the last ones that we need. There's a tour route again. Mining site, mossy biome, tower route. Inside a hidden container, use seer. Yeah, because the heart squid would have required you to use the spark dance, which you don't really get at a super convenient time. No. It's too bad I didn't have like a photogenic memory and I could actually remember all the ones that I've gotten so far. We'll go back to armor, or we'll go back to just base town for now, just to see, but... Because the easiest way for you to be able to tell is those scientists by the side there. That's the button for jumping. Because if it's not the tower route, or the tour route, we checked the Sunken Shipyard, we checked Deep Sea, we checked Lab. Unless I missed a heart squid in one of the dungeons, which would be weird, but it's definitely an option. And then the 2 nuggets are just elsewhere, but this kind of seems to line up a bit better with the fact that we kind of just missed them and they're glitched out at the moment. So let's just go check that again. And I guess where's the dungeon for each of the areas? Because we can go check that one when we're there. What? And then if not, I guess we'll just run the final dungeon and kind of see if that fixes it at all, and then the scientists will actually talk to us, now that we've quote-unquote saved the world. But, don't... Well, that way's fine too, admittedly. Either way, we're gonna be ending up... Oh, right. Never mind, that way's not fine. Oh well. Let's see here. We need to go up and around. Excuse me, sir. I'm just a little octopus. I'm trying to jump. Up. Yeah, so like this is one of the scientists you're supposed to talk to. And he's supposed to basically give you one of the items, but the fact that they're all saying, I hope we all live to see the end of this, is a little bit concerning. So I feel like being at the end game point might be bad for us. Shantae, 7 Sirens, scientists all say the same thing. I searched that, maybe. Shantae, 7 Sirens, scientists all say same thing. No, that's definitely not it. Resist the call, Shantae Wiki, Shantae... Yeah, that's not helpful, Google. Glitches. Let's see what the wiki has noted down for now, because I know there's a few in 7 Sirens. Just I don't have them all, like, noted off the top of my head. Also, radio. Shantae 7 Sirens cheats. That's not helpful. Don't need a glitch. I need... These are all cheats. Those aren't helpful. I need glitches, not cheats. Having problems. Yeah, that could be a problem, all things considered. Because I'd have to go back and watch through pretty much all of the VODs just to see which ones we may have missed. So... That's concerning. I guess that, at least for the heart squids, I can check all the dungeons again, but I feel like I got them all. Because Water Lily will be there, so let's just check that first. Because it's entirely possible I just missed one in a dungeon, if only because of the fact of what all am I missing? I'm missing 2 golden nuggets and 1 heart squid. So we're like very close to finishing the game, but... Well. We're very close to finishing the game, but we're missing a couple of things. And those are the only things we're really missing at this rate, so... Yeah, it does kind of suck, but that's why, like, I have some problems with 7 Sirens, is only because, like, you have a lot to go through, and you can kind of lock yourself out of content by accident if you're just going a bit too quickly. Let's see. Need to go all the way around this way, so... We'll go back there and visit at the very least, but it might just be the fact our game is glitched out. Because I can't imagine I missed anything in, like, the lab. I don't think I missed anything out in the lab. I'll double check again, but... Inside of a cave requires spark magic. Let's see here, that would be this one, which we have checked since we were here. And that's definitely one that we've done, but I guess we'll check it. Wait, look at the map? Okay, yeah, what's up? Just to explain it, at least in terms of plot reasonings, the middle area is what the tour route would be normally, but because Risky stole the ship, that part of the map is just gone now. There are 2 nuggets and 1 heart squid. Yeah, that's kind of the glitch I'm thinking of. Just because the glitch itself is that there will be scientists at the edges here to give you the remaining items if you miss them, but the scientists would be the one right here. There's the one, I believe, right here, or here as well, and then there's going to be one in this area, or somewhere else, to actually fit in the third one. But they're all saying the same line, which makes me think that they're broken. So I think because we were at endgame, I might have fucked it up. So... there we go. That 1 heart squid, you required to have Spark Dance to get it, and you don't always have Spark Dance by the time you think to go back to there. So I may have missed it. Yeah, that heart squid's done, that heart squid's done. What other ones would I not be thinking of off the top of my head? Octojet to reach the heart squid, which we've done. 3 use Octojet to reach the top. New dash is also helpful. Maybe that one in Deep Sea Domain. Yeah, because there's 1 nugget over there as well. What is that? 2? I'm gonna go back to the Deep Sea Domain, just in case. Warp Room. Deep Sea Domain is just right there, so... best way to get there is up. For the moment, I'm just going to assume it's not glitched and check a couple of things I may have skipped over. But it's not looking great. And yeah, sadly that does damage, but not the blocks. Alright, so then we go straight over to here. Alright, so then the plant here, I believe, only gives money, but we'll refresh it just in case. Yep. Then we'll Earthquake, just to open up the pathing a little bit. Bop. Oh, there's an eye in here as well, I believe. Okay, so then that puts us here. To get to where I want to go, it's probably best to keep going down. Just so we can check that. Because we can go down to here, and we can check this bottom room for one, which we've done. Oops. There we go. Then we've got a long tube which will take us over here, which I'm just going to do that because it's easier. Well, there would be one nugget here for a seer dance, normally, but don't quite have that anymore. So then we can go over to here, to the save room. Hello, friend. And then there is this one as well, which we just got. So that's not it. And you can go away. And then I'm gonna go check the one nugget that I usually miss just because the map that I normally have has like Pinterest tags on it and the save is over top of where it's actually labeled on the map. So I generally miss it most of the time. But that'll be... Oh no, that's just a labeling for that. The heart squid itself would be inside a cave, purify the water, and swim to the heart squid. I feel like I did that one already. But worth checking at the very least. But I feel like that was the one I said you could cheese as long as you had enough healing items to do it. Yeah, this one. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to refresh dance the poison water. We kind of just swam through it last time, but yeah, there would be a heart squid there normally, so we've got that one. Other than that, there's just a tortoise stomp one in an area that I don't normally think to check, so let's just try that. Because that'll be all the way down here. And right here. And I believe we keep going down. Yeah, because it's going to be at the bottom of the, like, tunnel room there. Yeah, and then it would be the turtle stomp, like, right here, which we've gotten already. So yeah, we might be shit out of luck. At least thinking on it, because nothing else realistically comes to mind as to what would work or what's missing. Because we've done the lab, we've done deep sea. Because even if we're missing like one hard squid grabbed from the dungeon, that's fine, but like we're still going to be missing out on 2 of the nuggets, which is not going to help us. Sunken shipyard, inside chest, use your magic to reveal the chest. Let's try the sunken ship. Because I don't think we've checked that one. At least not fully. Oh, no, that doesn't progress. That's just for additional loot. Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't want to like 100% assume that the game's totally glitched, but I feel like I've had this happen to me one time playing this game before, so that's kind of my assumption for now until we can prove it differently. Alright. So, there's going to be a nugget here. Which is supposed to be a seer dance? Alright, well, there's one. So maybe we're just missing stuff in Sunken Shipyard then. Okay. I'm excited about the thought. We've definitely gotten that one already, so that's not a concern. So now we're only missing 1 nugget and 1 heart squid. Which is kind of a weird combination to think of. Because a nugget can be anywhere, and then the heart squids can be anywhere and in a dungeon, so... I guess let's just try it out and see. Let's see here. Obviously the chest there and the cave here. The cave required Quake Dance, which makes sense. And that would have been... Heart squid number 1? Yeah. And then the... nugget there is that one. Or use your magic to reveal hidden chests. Let's just travel through the Sunken Ship in case I missed something here. Well, let's see here. This would be at this area over here, so use here to actually reveal the chest, which I imagine is that one. There we go. Yeah, I know there's a hidden pathway here for extra money. That's not quite what I'm looking for here, game. Yeah, and it would be just at the end of the room. I'll check the dungeon since I'm here, but I'm fairly certain we got all the heart squids in there. Yeah. Then other than that, there's 2 up there. I'm gonna guess it's maybe the one that required the shock magic, because I wouldn't necessarily think about that all the time. Nope. Okay. Game, thank you. That's better. And you can go away. Then Muck Gals can go away. Hello, save friend. And if all else fails, we can double check the mines as well, just because we didn't really do a full sweep of that either. Okay, yeah, that would just be in that. That's definitely something I would grab normally, but may as well just electrocute stuff while we're here. There we go. Just on the off chance, I may as well just zap this entire room. Then there's going to be one over here, so what would be the one over here? That would be the one tied to the chest right here, so yeah, Sunken Ship is done. Where's the map for the mines? That would make the most sense for stuff that I would miss. That there's an invisible floor over the pit. Yeah, let's just do the mines, just because that's the most obvious thing for what one would normally miss when it comes to this late in the game. And I don't think we did a full sweep there. At least I don't think we did. Then that will require us to go to the side, so... Well... Okay, no, because we have gone this way before. Did I not do a proper full sweep? Because there's only like a heart squid here. There are 2, but... So then, this one, use your magic to reveal it. Which is this one over here, which we talked about already. Then that one, which, not something I have to worry about. Let's see. Bad spiders can go away. Then those can die to Turtle, because Turtle is strong. And that does seem a little bit overkill, killing snakes in that fashion, but... Oh well, they're there for the murder. Alright. So 3. Quake magic to make the nugget appear. That would be right in this room, which would be under that statue. And you pretty much just have to awaken all those to some extent, or just use Quake magic to murder them. Let's see here. 2. That's just inside of a chest, which is that one, which you've gotten. And then the cave here, which there's an invisible floor. Oh, you don't even have to sight this one. You can sight it if you want, but you can't just run across it. I forgot about that. So that's done. And then over here requires Seer, which we've gotten already, right? Yeah, because it'd be like in this side passage here in this chest was where you get that nugget. Alright, well let's just check that other side path. Maybe I just missed the heart squid down there. for each far end, and then tortoise stomp on the stone block. No, I feel like we've checked this already. So what did I miss? So this one would be the Seer Magic Container, which is that. And the other one, which is the statue there with Quake. So, here we go. And you may as well, since we grabbed another nugget, just in the off chance that our save is completely screwed over. Let's see, statue there, which I believe is mainly for money, but could be wrong. There we go. Alright, so then it would just be in this room here, which would just be Quake Magic, which it would be in the ceiling and it would drop down. Because I believe it's like here, roughly. And other than that, it's just the one thing down here, which we definitely checked. I used the wrong tech to get it, but because technically speaking, you don't need the... Because what you're supposed to do with this, by the way, is this. And you're just supposed to nude dash over there. You're not supposed to do the tortoise manipulation until like here. So we've done that already. Alright, game, then qu'est-ce que fuck? What's going on here? Island East and Island West are clear. Mossy Biome is definitely clear. Inside cave, or use tortoise bash to gain access to squid. Did I fully check Mossy Biome? Maybe not. I do kind of wish there was easier ways to get around the map, because especially when you're in the mining base here, you do get a little bit out of the way, but... Well, let's see. We'll go to Mossy Biome and check, just because we didn't do a full sweep of that. I know that much. I just kind of checked the two that I knew that I missed. No? Okay. I actually needed to go this way. And I'm just gonna Quake to get rid of all those. It's just kind of easier to get rid of them right away. And I mean, free money with the cards, but we don't exactly need any more for the moment. What are your thoughts on the Steam Deck? Yeah, some friends and I were kind of discussing that earlier, so I'm kind of seeing multiple sides of the camp. The people who have been a bit more tech-focused are interested, just because the Steam OS is very hackable, so that's going to functionally be like how the PSP was before, where you could just hack it and do whatever the hell you wanted on the thing. Yeah, we've got the Heart Squid here. Well, this is an extra one. Tester skill. May as well just try this out for a bit, but... Yeah, it seems relatively good and hackable for people who know how to, you know, hack. But at the end of the day, like, if you're a Nintendo fan, you've got a Switch already, what's the point of getting a Steam Deck if you've got a Switch already? You can just fresh install Windows on it. Yeah, that would make sense, all things considered, but I don't know. It'd be cool to have, but it doesn't seem like super necessary, if you catch what I mean. Oh, a lot of games on Steam that are on Switch. That's true, but the main games that I'd want to play portably are on the Switch already. Because I don't exactly have the drive to, like, play, like, GTA 5 or something. Or Crisis on the go. Once again. Okay, so yeah, that one's fine. Steam Deck is essentially a clone of the other Switch-like handheld computer. It's not the first, probably, like, one's most let's see. Steam Deck is essentially a clone of a lot of other Switch-like handheld computers. It's not the first, personally, like the ones from GPD. Not quite sure what GPD is, but... Mossy. Mossy. One down. So this one. Let's do a full sweep of here. Maybe I just missed something here, and I'm just dumb. Yeah, let me know what GPD is. That name doesn't quite ring a bell with me. There we go. Alright, so where does that put us in terms of map? Go up twice? In the top right corner, so I would imagine here. It's a Chinese company that makes handheld computers. Okay. Specializes making handheld portable computers. It's the Win 2 and the Win Max are some of the more recent models. Okay. Doesn't seem like it would be the most helpful thing in the world, but I could be wrong. And sorry about the random bending over, I'm kind of just checking my phone so you guys can still hear game sounds while I'm checking. There we go. The GPD one looks pretty uncomfortable, but I guess the Stream Deck also did until I heard some of the reviews saying it was really nice to hold. I mean, that is going to kind of be on a like person-to-person basis anyways, if only because of the fact, like, use Tortoise Stomp to reveal it. That would be like here. It'd probably be here, if anything, but not quite there at the moment. Because, like, the Switch was kind of uncomfortable to hold. Yeah. Hey, buddy. Yeah, I have a feeling, like, if you didn't activate the elevator, they might actually be active, but I think we might just be shit out of luck, if I'm being completely honest. Because everything else I should have, realistically. Oh, maybe not. No, I would have gotten that one. 2 is Tortoise Stomp and Buff Left Corner, which you've gotten. Also, the Steam Deck is like a third of the price of the GPD models. Oh. Really? I didn't think the GPD would be that expensive. Would the GPD just be that expensive just because of the fact that, like, you'd need to import it, or... And I did at least hear about the custom chips for the Steam Deck. I really just want to keep calling it the Stream Deck. It's so weird having Steam Deck and Stream Deck. Especially now that you're going to have to hook up your Steam Deck into your Stream Deck to stream certain streams. But... my tongue does not enjoy those words being in relatively close proximity. But it'll be interesting at the very least once it does fully drop. I'm gonna wait for it just because it doesn't seem like my preferred thing, to be honest. I don't do enough mobile gaming nowadays to warrant buying one. Where are we here? Here in the bottom room, we need to go up a couple. The GPD is a laptop and handheld form factor, so it costs as much as a laptop. Okay, that makes sense. One of the bigger worries is I have 64 gigabyte storage. Yeah, that is kind of the concern, because sure, it's got a micro SD slot, but the small version is 64, and I believe the biggest one is like 512 gigabytes, or like half a terabyte. Boy. Yeah, because from what I recall, when I was discussing with American friends, the one with the biggest hard drive costs like almost $700. A 2 terabyte micro SD is out now. Okay, so it might be an option. Yeah, you don't want to run many PC games off an SD card. Yeah, that's also true. Oh, also just for the sake of the map. It's not like super needed, but just that way we've got the map done. So, Keska fuck game. What did I miss? Inside a cave. I did miss that. I don't think I checked that, at the very least. Yeah. I feel like the Steam Deck is going to be like the Steam controller. Yeah, I kind of hate to admit it, but I'm going to expect the same, unfortunately. Just because... Wow. Really? Alright, well there's all the heart squids done, so where the fuck is the last nugget, then? Yeah, 4 heart squids, we can get our last container. Most people will forget about it a few months after release. Yeah, that's probably what I'm expecting too, to be honest. There'll be some people pushing for it, because it'll be like a nice, like... It'll be a novelty. Like, I'll give it that. It's a good novelty. Apparently I just need to check over where I may have missed something, so... I'm gonna go check this last one in the green path. Maybe I just missed something that obvious. Because, yeah, it would be this one right here. Well, I'm determined now, so I'm gonna find this last goddamn nugget, but I have no idea where it might be. Is use Quake Magic to reveal that one, which we did. I'm pretty sure I did it on here, because we have that on the map now. What to do? The mining site we just combed through. I feel like with the current chip shortage, there will likely be more people into it, especially since it's way cheaper than getting a gaming laptop. Yeah, that's also true. Because from what I recall hearing, they're custom making that chip, right? So it's going to be a little bit easier for people to get the Steam Deck instead of getting a, like, actual processor unit right now. Where's the last nugget? I used Quake Magic to receive the nugget, which we did. Withered Plant, we did that one. Another Withered Plant right there, which I feel like we did. Then Inside Chest and Withered to reveal that one. And then the Heart Squid there. We aren't near a save point or anything, so I'm just gonna go up into east or west and check that. Even the highest spec Steam Deck is only $650 USD, which is way cheaper than a gaming laptop. Yeah, that is true, but it is also in a handheld format, which I'm not sure about the cooling on that thing, if I'm gonna be completely honest. That was my main concern with it. Let's see here. This is east, right? West. Would there be anything I missed in west? Inside a Withered Plant. Inside a chest. Shock Magic, Withered Plant, Invisible Container with Seer Magic. Which we got. The Island East is fine. It does have a dock. I'm interested in the cooling as well. Yeah, the cooling is my major concern with it. Just because I'm very used to mobile gaming at this rate. And by at least what I saw of the preview of that thing, it doesn't seem to have like the most obvious cooling mechanisms in it. So unless you have a like liquid cool handheld console, and I'm just mainly just curious about how it's actually going to perform. And by all means, it'd be cool if we got a liquid cooled handheld console, but yeah, it has fans. Well, it's definitely gonna have fans once it comes out, but kind of have to see. Oh, right, I've checked it already. There are plenty of fan outputs. Then I guess I'm just blind because I missed them. Maybe I just had my glasses off. Alright, but just to confirm it. Good lady, give us our last heart. Yes. There we go. On the back and the top. Okay, so it will work like those tiny ones normally do. There we go. Last heart holder. But yeah, that is your max health. but that at least works for us. So then, last nugget is my question. Where the hell would that be? So inside a withered plant. East. So refresh magic gives me an earthen plant, which you would have done. Inside of a chest, which you definitely would have done. Inside of the cave, use quake magic. Refresh that one, and a withered plant there as well. In my head, yes. Because I'm kind of just going from area to area, checking them. What? We need to jump here. Let's see. We need to go into that vertical shaft there, which, yeah, we've done that one too. This is quite frustrating. Because that's what that one is for. What? Let's see here. Inside cave requires Octojet to jump out of reach. Hero to turn platforms over. The withered plant. Inside of cave use quake magic to reach it. Which is the one that we crashed the game in before, but that hasn't really stopped us or anything. Because you'd use quake magic to drop the skull, then you would kind of just traverse this way through it, and it would be right here in the chest is where that nugget normally is. And we got another one of those. And we were kind of grinding that for a while anyway, so it would be a little bit concerning if I did miss anything. There's no other one, so I'm trying to go to Armor Town just to see what he says. And see what the people in there say. Because I know this... One of them mentions about the all 15 secret caves. Yes, I'm pretty sure I found all of them. Refresh Dance on Monsters. I haven't actually tried that. Tasteful Statues. I'm pretty sure we have. But functionally speaking, the Armor Baron here is the person who will sell you the last Siren card. And they do kind of just like give you a rough heads up that this is pure spoilers. Yeah, the name of the card is a bit of a spoiler, and the image on it is a spoiler. I think they hold the image back, but come back when you have enough, because we're missing one. So let's just take a quick look at our map here. So we've done Island West, and we've done Island East. That invisible container, which we've done. Inside of a withered plant is refresh magic, which I'm fairly certain we've done, because that's right near the bottom of where Bolo's apartment is. Rock magic to activate the windmill, which we've done. Mining site we've cleared through. At least we should have cleared through that. Mossy biome we just did. Tour route we know we can't do. Aside from those two. I doubt it's that one, but let's just check it to be safe. Because the hidden container ones are always ones that I miss. So, warp room, where are you? Go down to here. Yeah, and it's only 10 o'clock, so we do still have plenty of time, just so that we can find a singular nugget. But this is the problem with having a bad memory, unfortunately. Let's see, we need to go up here. Here. There we go. Nice easy way to kill them off. Oh. Alright, fine. Then we can toss ourselves into the tour route. Hello. There is the withered plant there, but since we've been here a couple times, we kind of know that just gives us gems. But if we go past the save room, there's apparently one in a hidden chest, and I just want to check that one. Yep. God damn it, okay. Found it! We'll be finishing this game within an hour, I believe. Save. I hate the hidden chest ones. I hate the hidden chest ones so much. Now, this is going to be kind of that point that I was mentioning before. Are you guys alright with at least seeing the name of the card? Because we're going to see the name of the card as soon as he gives it to us. I thought I was doing good on the 100%. It's just those weird, stupid hidden chest ones that I always have a problem with. Okay, you don't mind seeing it? It's not necessarily, like, too big of a spoiler, because you can probably imagine what the end boss of the game is probably gonna be named, but... Up to Armor Town. And the funny part is, like, it's not even the last card you can get in the game. You can technically get this card before it anyways, but... Hello. Ahem, allow me to extend an olive branch. One of my buyers went belly up, and as a result, I came into possession of the most rare Siren card of them all. At a mere 9 nuggets is a steal. But a word of warning, even the name of this card is a bit of a spoiler. Want to trade 9 nuggets for the ultimate Siren card? You gave nuggets. You got the Empress monster card. The Empress Siren card is now yours. And I'm just gonna double check really quick. Can you see that here does block it? It does actually show you her card art here. Yeah, that's the last card you can get in terms of the overworld. The last card you have to get, like, in the last dungeon. But she is hot. I can show you guys it if you're curious, but it's not a card that I necessarily want to use because the rough kind of card description for it is you take half damage. Much more spoilery for how hyped up it was. I suppose that's fair, but all things considered, it is technically a spoiler, and it's about as, like, heavy of a spoiler as it's going to be. But this is the last boss. This is the Empress Siren. This is at least what you meet her as. But she is the end boss of the game, so it's kind of expected for you to deal with her, and you don't see her until, like, the very end. Something like the Roddy Siren card. That would be interesting if it was the Roddy Siren card, but... Okay, maybe I hyped it up a little bit too much, but... It's mainly just a spoiler, just in the sense of, like, it's the last boss. And it does basically just give you half damage, but Magic Regen is good, Octo Siren is good, Scortman's not great going forward, so what will actually help us here? Boomerangs take no damage when destroyed in a pit, that might honestly be helpful. Probably just a hair whip damage up, if at all possible. There we go. Yeah, people are a bit weird, I'm just trying to be cautious, mostly. But that's all the collectibles in the game. If we go to a save room, which is here. There we go. I suppose that's fair. But we're nice and saved now, and we'll double check just to be safe. That button. But and that'll kick us back to the start screen, in which case we can take a peek at our save file, and we are now 100% done. As someone mentioned on Twitter, the cards don't necessarily count, just it bugs me when it's not filled out at 100%. So we're getting that last card. Which it's in the last dungeon because the last dungeon has like a very specific mob of its own, which is why it's there, but does that work? Yeah. So, back to Arena Town we go, and into the last dungeon we go. As a study done where people who were spoiled about the plot of a movie rated the movie as more enjoyable than people who were not spoiled. I probably have to look into that study, but I can definitely understand the reasoning to it. Yeah, here we go. Last dungeon time. Can you guys hear the sounds of the game alright? Because I think the music in the Flying Fortress is pretty nice. But if you remember the past few games, you'll realize that the last dungeon tends to have a bit of a difficulty hike when it comes to its actual content. So we're gonna have to do some kind of tricky platforming here to actually get through. I wouldn't say I enjoy media more or less, just differently instead of... What a twist! Oh, how does the plot go from A to B? Yeah, I'd say that's fair. Alright, so then... What does it want here? Not that. Seer Dance, maybe? Yeah. Just crawl under there. There we go. That's better. And then the eyes are in here because they're assholes, but... Just gonna shock them out of existence, because I believe 15 is not... No, 15... Right, you have to stun them first, and then you can kill them. There we go. It was in the past when folks went to see plays of operas, they would little pimp. Okay, yeah, that might be a little bit of a difference, because operas are not necessarily, like, fully voice-acted and lines, so it's not going to be the, like, easiest thing to understand, especially if they're actually just doing the operas in Latin, because no one understands Latin anymore. Wait. There we go. They're quote-unquote voice-acted. I can't really fault that, but it's not necessarily told like a full story. Let's see. Refresh dances here. And then you can grab that if you want, but you do run the risk of just reviving all of these guys. Which you can. It's not necessarily hard to kill them, but... Oh, hey, we got one of the cards there. Nice. They typically weren't in Latin. Okay. And then magic recall. I guess they kind of just want to keep you prepped just in the off chance that you don't have all the cards, because magic regen is kind of locked to cards. And if you didn't grab the... I believe it's Coral Sirens card is what's giving us magic regen. They were in the local language, so people understand it. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I yawned there, so my eyes were kind of half closed. Well, there we go. Because what you're supposed to do is break through all of the blocks here, and then just do a jump there and not die on the spikes, but... they just aren't translated, which is why people generally need guides to understand it. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm really bad at that jump. There we go. That's at least saving it. Yeah, you'll notice there are also a lot of paths of no return when it comes down to this. Is that... For some reason, that doesn't hurt us, so I don't know why they bothered to show it here, but... There we go. Now, do we have a map of this area? We do. Interesting. And then I imagine there's a way to get over to that, but... I don't fully care to find out. Because we can probably just break the pots with Quake. Oh, no, you can't. Interesting. You can probably use Seer Dance to get over to that, but... we probably need Shock for here. Yeah, all things considered, it's not like this dungeon's necessarily, like, super hard or anything, but It is a bit of a difficulty spike compared to the rest of the content in the game. Let's see. I will mock someone who complains of spoilers for like a year-old game or movie. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Also, just to point it out, but this is the enemy we need to farm for the card. These Siren soldiers, which they're going to be in various shapes and forms, but they're kind of dicks, and I don't know if they respawn. So we're going to have to do a couple of loops through here to make sure... Oh, no, never mind. Got it! How many of them do we need is the question. Oh no, we got it. Only it's one. Fake Dancer consumes less magic. Okay. So yeah, there we go. All of the cards as well, although they're not exactly needed for the percentage completion. But they're functionally just those lobster runners. A couple of loops, gets 35 seconds. Look, okay, my memory is bad. I thought the room didn't exist, but that room does kind of exist for you to farm out the card, so I can understand that. No, that should be everything. It's kind of just dealing with the rest of the dungeon now. Including those assholes. And this. There we go. Oh. Come on, buddy. There we go. And they're just kind of AoE monsters, which is not necessarily a good thing. Yeah, we're collecting everything pretty much as we went, just so that way we could avoid doing too much backtracking. Admittedly, the excessive backtracking we had to do here may have also another form. It's kind of nice just seeing like a full mermaid version of them with a pike or a trident. And all of them just kind of have the same rate of dropping the cards, so if you're missing them, you should get it as you're going through here. Because all of the Siren monsters are all just kind of tied to that same card pool. Even though they give the card art for, like, that thing. Whoops. And I really don't like that one very much, just because it's got really massive AoE potential if you're not paying attention. Let's see here. Oh. But definitely not quite as complicated as Risky's Revenge ended up being. Hello. I'm assuming money? Yeah, we don't exactly need money right now. Seer? Yeah. That kind of looked like a restock point. Alright, this part. This part is fun, because these blocks are temporarily destroyable. So as you can kind of see, if you fuck up, you're gonna fuck up hard. So I hope you like Minecraft, because you're gonna have that block bridge there for pretty much the entire time. I'm probably just gonna do that and leave it at that. I don't necessarily need those. Also, be wary of your Quake Dance here. Because I'll show it as we're leaving, but pretty sure Quake actually destroys all of those. Yeah, so Quake is a good way to clear the room. You don't necessarily need to, but, like, it's an option. There we go. Ooh boy, that was close. Then we'll just take care of them, and I don't think we need to. It helps to at least get some extra salmon. Huh. Interesting physics glitch. I haven't actually run into that one in a while, but makes sense. X is just pot there. We're in Canada, we have more than enough pot. Let's see. Let's go over to here. And this is just going to be a little bit of a health restock before I'm assuming a mini fight or gauntlet run with these guys. But these guys are awkward, and I believe... I think it's only the two there. I don't think they instantly respawn there. But they are tanky motherfuckers. You have to do almost like 60 damage just to take them out. One, two, I believe it takes 9 of those hits, so they have either between 73 and 81 health. I'm gonna guess 80. Okay, I'm just gonna... Yeah, they do respawn in this room, which isn't really the best option for us. But... pulled pork. Just nom on 3 of those, Shantae. It won't go to your waste whatsoever. There we go. Now, considering the flag, I'm guessing we're getting close. Yeah, mini-boss. Oh, really? Really do not like you. There we go. I'm just gonna deal with you, which... I mean... if you're gonna crush a girl, you may as well crush her the right way. Let's see. And these guys, as well as the bomb birds, which... the bomb birds are admittedly a little bit weird being here. But you can kind of just say F it, because... Phase Bubble. Phase Bubble is your friend, but it is definitely quite the mana hog. Huh. Also, I'd imagine if you were younger and you didn't notice the refresh dance cures poison, you can technically make it through that as long as you have enough healing items. My brain kind of farted there. Rocket probably? Yeah. Okay. Gotta be quick on that part, gotcha. Rocket. Then rocket there. There we go, that's better. And a little bit of money there. I don't know why they give you so much money in the last dungeon. You'd think there would be, like, better things you could do with all the pots in here. But... hey, we're getting close. Let's see, can I just Quake Dance since those guys are just on the ground? Pop. And get a bit more done to you. Get rid of you two. But you can kind of just see how quickly you can lose health in these areas just because of how much screen those guys actually cover. And while I'm being a bit reckless because, I mean, they're dropping healing items anyways, I'm assuming that's just a hint that temporary platforms are going to be a new mechanic coming up, so I got to keep that in mind going forward. I probably could have made it all the way to there, now I'm thinking on it, but nope. And then here, just easier to Quake. Also because Hammer Shantae. Wop. Then use these guys. There's another one, so that's always good. Yoku blocks. I'm not quite sure what a Yoku block is, but also nice that you have Iron Mouse emotes. I'm assuming it's in reference to like another platformer of some kind. I know they're only solid one way. Oh, the Mega Man blocks, gotcha. Let's see. Siren Soldier monster card. Wop, wop, wop. Oh yeah, and they don't necessarily last too long either, so gotta be careful. Then you gonna be a dick? Yes, you are gonna be a dick. There we go. Then save, buddy. Hello. Someone gift subbed me to Mousy. Okay. That definitely makes sense, just because Mousy is obviously a big streamer. She gets quite a lot of gift subs. Oh boy. Really? I do kind of wish there was, like, invisibility frames or something you could deal with. Really, now. There we go. One down. There we go. I know I had a gift sub to Mousy for a bit, just because I think I ended up watching her around the point of her, like, oops, there are these guys first, just because they'll be significantly more annoying. There we go. Save my own subs for smaller streamers, but I appreciate the emos for sure. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I know I generally sub to, like, a couple of the bigger streamers, like, who are the ones that I actively sub to? Girl DM, Haruka, and Luna the Magikarp are the three big streamers that I'm normally tied to, just because I use those emotes a lot. Oh, well, that didn't quite work out like I was hoping. There we go. But there are a couple that I just like to stay subbed to, if only because I'd like to progress, like, the sub badge and all that. And not all of them actually keep the option in their Discord servers to stay as a sub, so some of them are kind of nice to keep the benefit for. Turtle. And then temp platforms into more temp platforms. Then EU. I'm just gonna rocket you down, because I think you only have, like... No, you've got a bit. Okay. I feel also just like how much of the rockets you can kind of spam out once you have the magic for it, at least. There we go. Please die. Then this. Nah, I wish there was a magic refill. The health refill, at least. And then, hey, we finally get some frog in here, because they somehow flooded their own ship. I do sub to Drawfee and Secret Sleepover Society, because I just watch them all the time and don't want to watch ads. Yeah, that's also true. That's usually a good reason on top of it. I know because of the three that I'm subbed to, I'm subbed to Girl DM and Haruka mainly because I want to support the bigger Canadian streamers, but Luna is definitely the one I watch the most out of those three. And is kind of my rough inspiration for why I want to keep this chill stream going, where we can kind of just talk about whatever while I'm playing a game. And it's nice to comment on the game every once in a while, but since my chat is smaller, that type of streaming doesn't quite work just yet. It mainly works a bit better if I'm able to pull up topics, or if other people are able to bring up topics in chat. So it's something that I'm going to have to work on, I guess, going forward in terms of rough stream energies and all that. Those are just going to infinitely spawn, aren't they? Of course I'm going to do that. Girl DM is too awesome. Yeah, Girl DM is very nice. Girl DM was kind of one of the first VTubers I actually ended up watching, which was weird, because I don't quite remember how I ended up popping across her stream, but she was one of the earlier ones that I ended up watching, so, and it works. You two can go away. You can go away because I feel like it. Then you can go away because I also feel like it. This is also a good place to grab the Siren Man monster card if you missed it during the initial chase scene. As a note, I only recently found her by TikTok. Yeah, she only recently started up a TikTok because it's a pretty good way for VTubers to advertise themselves right about now. There we go. Then EL can go away because you just have a standard arc to worry about. Well, there we go. I think it's funny, I don't look for VTubers to watch, they're just coincidentally VTubers, or were not VTubers when I started watching them. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. I don't actively look for VTubers when I'm on, like, my main account anymore, just because I'd like to keep the VTubing as a potential communication tool and, like, marketability tool, I guess is the best way to put it. Since having collabs with other VTubers would make sense if I'm talking with them from my VTubing account. But obviously I did follow a few beforehand anyways, so I don't actively look for the tag anymore, I kind of just look for whoever's streaming. If they're a VTuber, that tends to be a benefit, but Damn. But that tends to be mainly a benefit for me, since I just like having a face tied to the game, which is why I wanted to VTube and not do like or not just do flat streams with my voice, because like by all means, if I just turned off the avatar for a bit, like my voice is relatively okay for streaming, but I wanted to have a face to the stream, and I didn't want to have my face on the stream, if that makes sense. So VTubing kind of ended up being a kind of easy way for me. Oh, a lot now just because I'm always in June Lemma streams. Yeah, I do kind of pass by quite a lot of them, so that's mainly just me trying to expand horizons a little bit. Let's see here. There we go. This place is a good place to die. Thankfully got that. Nice. But the VTuber sphere in and of itself is pretty interesting, just because... As if that isn't the reason 78% of VTubers are VTubers. Yeah, I guess that's true. I can't really fault it for being one of the main reasons for it, just because, like... It's very good, like, you kind of brought up Lemma, obviously, but trans streamers find it a bit easier to do VTubing, if only because they can put a face that they like on camera, which is what I always appreciate about it as well, but not for the exact same reasoning. Let's see here, snacks need to go away. One of the reasons I'm interested in VTubing myself. Yeah, it's definitely a good option for people as well, because it helps you just kinda... Did I just hit that twice? Brain, please. I'd imagine that's going to be a lot of reason for, like you mentioned, Lee, it's probably going to be a reason for a lot of people, but let's just get rid of you. Go here, grab you. That's better. My biggest obstacle at the moment is my dog. Yeah, pets are going to make it a little bit awkward to stream, which is why I'm at least glad that I don't have any pets. Admittedly, because of my love of wires, that having a pet would be a bit awkward. There we go. Then deal with you. Yeah, the dog definitely needs an avatar too. I mean, if you just kind of look at Amelia, like, Bubba is her mascot, so the dogs are kind of part of the experience. Yeah, there we go. I figured there was going to be slights or just a pit in general. Alright, well we need to go down here first anyways, so... Okay. And save yourself, but what is the puzzle here then? That? Probably? But you'd need to get blue off beforehand. Like that. There we go. So you can unlock blue there. Can you grab red there? And does that actually help you? No. There we go. I just need a way to detect her bark so the avatar would bark along with. Kind of sounds like you would need like a separate mic for your dog, which would be an interesting way to put it. Let's see, so this is the rough path you want to take for that. Because then that will unlock. And then do that to do that. There we go. That's better. It would be interesting, but that would kind of require you to do something very, very specific to your setup to actually work with your pup. If it would be possible to get, like... I wonder if there would be a way to have, like, a dog collar for your dog, but instead of it being, like, a shock collar, it was a Bluetooth device that would recognize the bark, and that would detect it on your computer, and then that's how you would do it. That's at least my thought on how you could get something like that to work. It would be awkward, but I'm sure that's possible. Yeah, remote mic on the collar. Like earbuds. Well, I'm glad we were all kind of thinking along the same wavelength on that. Crab? Lale mic? Or Levaler mic? Not quite sure what that is, actually. Game saved. Alrighty, so, this is the point of no return, obviously. Since the teleport pad is kind of the same as the one you experienced in town, this will bring you right back to town. And I believe the teleporter in town is then changed to be one where you go straight to here, I think. I don't think you have to run through the dungeon again. That'd be a little bit awkward. The type of mic you'd pin to your collar lapel. Okay, I didn't know that was the specific name for it. Hey, look at that. It's the mayor.
Are you okay?
Ah, Shantae. Thank goodness you're here. But how in the world did you get up here?
No time!
No time to explain. Please, you got to save me.
Hang on, Mayor. I'm coming.
Huh?
Big idea.
Yeah, that probably should have been expected.
Let me out of here.
Right now. You've interfered with my plans for the last time.
Just to keep you under lock and key.
And I mean, we all know where that laught's coming from. -4 wisdom. Yeah, Shantae is not the cleverest of girls. Yep. Risky.
Done with the mayor.
I haven't done anything with him.
So yeah, plot
The
twist.
mayor doesn't exist.
Wonder if I could use that to independently level her barks so she isn't loud either. Well, what you could do is if it's kind of set up in a way that it detects it barking, you could just do it in a way where, like will capture my mouth movements. So, if you could do something like that, where it recognizes the barks, where it could just open the mouth, and then you could have, like, pre-recorded sound clips for the dog to make, that might work. That might be getting a little bit too complicated, but you could also noise gate the hell out of that to actually make it work. You
The
mean,
mayor all along?
I really wish there was the most consistently voiced.
Performance.
I also have a tendency to overthink things in spaghetti code most of my work, so keep that in mind when I'm suggesting stuff. It's the imperfections that make the character, don't you agree? There we go.
But why, Risky?
Why risky? Why trick everyone like that? Well, you see, years ago I discovered this island, and the ship buried deep underground. It was magnificent. A vessel fit for a queen. I simply had to have it. That's when I encountered the Empress. You're talking about the 7th Siren? She'd had a run-in with the genies and robbed of her physical form. So I offered her a deal. An arrangement that would benefit both of us. So, yeah, that's the Empress currently. And also the fact that her barks distract me. Yeah, I guess that's fair, all things considered. You would get us your word, Captain Boots. Oh!
5 drops of genie life force in exchange for the ship.
And yeah, she does get a bit of voice work here as well. I take it that Ghost Genie's spell is broken.
Yes.
Why, yes, dearie. My physical form has been restored. Like my siren sisters, I can feed on mortals once more.
I will live forever and beyond.
The immortal Empress. Make whatever preparations you need.
This ship is yours.
Men, we've captured the brat.
Power down the weapons and prepare to escort the Empress back to her island at once.
I will dispose of this half-genie runt myself.
Alright, Risky, what you got? God, that stretch, though. I have an even better idea. This body lives, but it is old and weak. What would you say to a new deal? Your powerful body in exchange for immortality.
Treachery!
So, yeah, rip Risky Boots. And that's how she gets hot. As well as the fact that she's like 12 feet tall now, I think. She's tall. Like, she's a big girl. And yeah, Risky's panties are black in the back and white in the front. Yeah, it's kind of just to kind of mirror Shantae's outfit. But also, yeah, she's hot. She probably has a lot of, like, stepping on other people porn. But, like, let's just be real here. She is pretty hot. All things considered, she took the essence of Risky Boots. Of course she's going to be hot. Look, I never said I was an innocent person, Non. I made this emote for a reason. Do you honestly think I wasn't going to talk about that? I'm just trying to be nice.
Now this is more like it.
And yeah, the raspy voice is now gone. So, hope you like the seductive Empress voice.
What have you done to Risky?
Just a little fusion magic of my own. Well, what do you think?
Risky.
Hear me, my soldiers. Turn the ship around. I'm going to drain the life force of every living thing on that island. And then blow it clean off the map.
No! I've got to do something.
Yeah, that works. Or did you?
Give Risky back.
Never. It's time to take this body for a test drive.
Prepare yourself.
So yeah, here's the Empress, the 7th Siren.
Let's go. Supercharge.
She's a little bit powerful. Also, she has like multiple ways to attack you with electricity, which I always find fun. And she just has Risky swords for some reason, which I always find a little bit odd, but I mean, it works. Or just part of her Siren kit is that she has swords, which I never fully understood, but sure. Okay, we're out of magic. That's a problem. No, you can't really do this fight in a mousy form, unfortunately. None of the actual transformations last that long. So we would have to, like, nuke dash her to death, and that would not work because we'd have to do so much contact damage with ourselves that it would not actually work. There we go. Fusion dance with Risky gives her Risky swords. I mean, like, it kind of makes sense, but, like, it's for physical swords. Also, the swords really hurt. She also has a shit ton of health in this form. Just get those out of the way. Please go down. Come on. Oh, don't worry, we've got auto potions anyways. Also crab. Crab is also nice because it refills your magic. And hey, look at that! Huzzah! Game done! Alright guys, thank you very much for coming to stream. It's been a lovely time so far. Also, I'm kidding. There's no way the game's done that fucking easily. You're stronger than I was led to believe. No matter. The swords on something ain't physical. No, they're pretty magical. Like, she just summons metal out of nowhere. I'm not sure if they're supposed to be a physical form. I'll simply use all of my power.
Your doom.
So, phase 1 of the Empress is done. Here's phase 2. The Ultra Empress Siren, Queen of the Seven Seas. I was not kidding when I said there would be porn of this character stepping on people. Also, I don't remember how you're supposed to actually do this portion of the fight. That's it. You have to go from, like, the bottom to the top. So yeah, you basically just have to break off her armor, so, that's another fetish we can kind of worry about. But she a big lady. She a real big lady. There we go. Little bit of her thigh exposed. Oh, okay. I ran out of jumps for some reason. Let's try that again. I mean, yeah, this is a very easy boss fight to make a fetish list of. If only because you've got Giantess, you've got Open Chest, you've got Magic, you've got Dominatrix, you've got like a few options with this boss. Swords? Thankfully it's not like too hard to do, and we have more than enough healing to make it work, but... Come on. There we go. There's a shoulder pad, so there's some nice exposed shoulders. Then there's one of the hips free. Where's the next one? Oh, right, this is the... Now we get the actual exposed thigh. Let's see here. We can probably risk it for the moment, but because we're low on magic, that's not really helping here. So, crab. There we go. Then we will just keep going. That the chest piece also kind of implies living armor. That's also true, actually, yeah. Well, that's kind of just part of her body, so that's kind of just what classifies her as a monster girl. She's kind of like a lobster as well. Which is kind of supposed to give you the hint that, Lobster Girl is this girl's kid. And is like the surviving member of the clan since her mom died. Let's see here. Get rid of that hip piece, then I'd imagine it's the other shoulder. And then we gotta worry about the actual earrings and the tiara. Less stripping and more ripping off bits of flesh. Yeah, that's also true. But they're magically infused bits of flesh. Also, I'd be worried if your earrings are made out of flesh. There we go. And yeah. Now we're in the last phase of this, where we kind of just have to worry about the head and all of its bits. Which... This part isn't that bad, but you do at least have less screen space to work with, so it's a bit easier to keep a track of where you are at all times. Let's see here. We will crab, then tuna. There we go. Brown should be done, and then the earrings next. Which you can kind of combo through anyways, because there's a lot of these like slow falling boulders which will just help you out. And then last but not least, the tiara, which is just her. So the screen's gonna flash a little bit, unfortunately, but this is you functionally just killing her off. Yeah, there we go. Final phase of, I think this is final phase of the Empress. That would make the most sense, at least difficulty-wise, because this game's not really hard by any stretch of the imagination. How? How could you defeat me? Risky Boots had you fooled from the beginning. That's our cue. Uh-oh. She looks like bad news.
Everyone, listen! It's time to take your magic back!
Hurry! And just without a fusion stone, we can take out all the magic, which is a slight plot inconvenience, or like a slight plot hole, but we're just gonna hand wipe that. This is the end of the game anyways. Now, use your magic to call back the life force she stole from you. And there we go. That also includes Roddy Tops, so Roddy had life force, I guess? I'm not quite sure how that works, but I'm guessing it's Roddy Tops being not a genie, which is what made her vulnerable in the first place. My new body. I was invincible. How could I be defeated? Not everyone you fed on was a half-genie. What? Your new body was rotten to the core. No offense, Roddy Tops. None taken. So yes, the plot relevance of Roddy Tops being one of the genies actually plays into the fact of why you can actually kill the final boss. Otherwise, she would be completely immortal if she had 5 dews of actual genie life force. You should watch what you eat. The spell didn't work because the half-genie life force was poisoned. Risky Boots lied about everything. You get kinda used to it. Life everlasting was mine. Mine. Later, Empress. You served us well. But now you're gone. Uh-oh. This doesn't sound good. The ship took too much damage. It's going down! Get Roddy Tops out of here. Hurry! What will you do? The Empress drained Risky's life force. With the Empress destroyed, maybe she... There's no time for this. Risky Boots could not have survived. We don't know that for sure. If there's even a chance she's alive, I have to find her. You're determined to stay? Yeah, obligatory escapes from before it explodes level, basically.
I understand.
Go. I will see to the others.
Good luck.
Good luck. Goodbye, Harmony. You are best bae.
Where's Shantae? Do you think she's...
And we get one last animated cutscene.
That sounds like...
Got it. Yeah, Harmony is definitely best big sis. She's kind of here for us through it all. Shantae made it.
Indeed.
Not only that, she saved Risky Boots as well.
Why bother?
Why bother? Because Shantae's a good guy. That's why.
Uncle! Scotty! Rollo! Roddy Tops!
You're here too. Not just them. Harmony, Clink, and Baron's Apple too. Yes, every one of us is fully restored and good as new. Not all. Risky.
Like this.
I found her dead,
Is she...
but I can't tell if she's... Nope, she's alive. Can't keep a good girl down.
Get your filthy hands off me!
Or you can't keep the Sundari down, that's for sure. Risky! You're alive! Of course I am. And all of you better back off right now. Simmer down, sister. Yeah, Shantae just saved your life. Even after you tried to blow us all up. Yeah, Risky is the Sun of this series, and I kind of get why they would do it, because she is kind of just like the... She's functionally your Gary. She's functionally Shantae's Gary Oak. The run was just playing the part it gave her. What's that supposed to mean? I created the Half-Genie Festival to lure all of you here so that the Empress could feed on those other 5 fools. I convinced her that the run's life force was inferior and tainted. Not a difficult task given her performance on stage. Oh, snap, girl. Risky, you cared about me.
Don't flatter yourself.
You were merely the ace up my sleeve. I kept you nearby in case the Empress tried to pull a fast one. But like a childish oak, you kept getting in the way. I needed to keep all these fools caged long enough to drain all 5 in the proper amounts. 5 actual drops of half-gene life force, and she really would have become invincible. Hey, that makes me a hero. Good job, Roddy Tops. You helped save the day, and you get a unique sprite just for being a smug girl. I figured once I had the ship, I'd blast the Empress and whatever's left of those sirens into quivering puddles of jelly.
All this so you could get yourself a ship?
I mean, to be fair, Shantae, she always is looking for a new ship because you keep fucking destroying them. And why not? I'm the queen of the seven seas. I deserve the very best. You got rid of those sirens, I got a new airship. Speaking of, where is my airship? I'll be a scratch on it and you'll all pay dearly.
Why do you have to be so selfish?
Alright, yeah, sorry Risky, it's gone. Again, because Shantae destroyed it again. For the, like, 5th time. I keep hoping against hope that you'll turn over a new leaf, that someday we can work together as a team.
Silly girl.
Silly, silly girl. That's exactly what we did.
Ready my bath.
Yeah, how selfish, a pirate captain wanting a ship, basically. And make it extra hot this time.
A headache.
Mommy has a headache. Don't you dare leave without me. There we go. Not like this. Ugh.
Me down!
Bye-bye, Risky Boots. She is the Pirate Bay of the series. She won't be happy when she finds out about the ship. With that behind us, we should make sure everyone's alright. The arena back in town is pretty much ruined. But there's still some time to host the Half Genie Festival somewhere else. You seriously want to resume the festival? Why not? Oh, Jesus. Oh, welcome, Deathwing. Welcome, everyone, to the... I've been way too tired. I haven't gotten a raid so long. But welcome, Deathwing. Hopefully everyone's having a good evening. My name is Jude, your Judicially Utility Droid Mark III, and we're currently just playing some... Or actually, we're just kind of finishing Shantae, actually, because it's a bit of a quick game overall. And 100% orange juice. Very nice. Yeah, just playing some more Shantae. We're kind of at the end of the 7 Sirens 100% run now, so you picked a good time to join, because we'll probably be swapping games. And 100% orange juice, that's a game I don't play because that's a multiplayer game mostly. I believe you can play that single player, but it's kind of awkward to play single player, but how'd you find it? Or Armor Town. How about both? We could perform days at Armor Town, and evenings by Torchlight in Tree Town. Who's with me?
Come on!
Let's do it!
I'm in.
I'm ready for a real vacation. Yeah, because Sky did so much. Goat Time Rift Bombs. Am I reading that right? Goat Time Rift Bombs. Okay, yeah, I did read that right. And maybe I can get a decent room this time. With me on stage will be a surefire hit. I'd like to spend some time with those scientists. Let's take this vacation again, once more, from the top. And cue credits, if I remember right. The day was saved. Before long, it was time to return home.
For a first vacation,
And
it's
one last
so
animated cutscene, sorry.
I'll miss you all so much. Huh?
Lobster Girl!
You have a big job ahead of you. Everyone here needs your help to rebuild.
The cutest lobster we've ever did see.
Before you go, here.
And she does end up, yeah.
What's this? Your mother's scrapbook. I can't accept this.
Lobster Girl is your friend.
Safe travels.
Also, Harmony is best big sis.
Can you at least
If you remember from earlier in the game, Harmony's mother collected together basically a scrapbook of all of the genie's memories before they all had to seal themselves away. So, she basically just gave us all of the memories of the genies in a book, which is probably the plot hook for the next game, but...
Thank you for everything. Goodbye. I'll miss you.
She is the best One-san, and she is the one who wears, like, spike armor. I know Zapple wears, like, functional armor because she's in Armor Town, but Harmony has, like, genie armor, which I always find kind of a nice touch. But yeah, that's Shantae and the 7 Sirens. And we get a slightly remixed song for the ending here, so it's definitely a nice time. And Shantae does have multiple animations while going through this, so I'm gonna leave it while we're kind of going along here, but Shantae and the Seven Sirens. I did mention it before, it is a good game. I'm not going to fault it in terms of, like, its actual creation or its actual gameplay. There are a couple faults with the game, and yeah, as you noticed before, there are kind of like a couple glitches, unfortunately, with it that just were never ironed out. But overall, I do like Shantae and the Seven Sirens. I like Half Genie Hero better, but Seven Sirens is definitely a close second in terms of the modern ones. And then what am I going to play next in this slot? You know, that's a good question. Can I check my games on Steam? Because functionally speaking, this felt like our Metroidvania slot. So we have a few options on that. Because I know we kind of started up Ori and the Blind Forest, which is definitely interesting. And I'd be tempted to go to that. But I do also have the Toho Metroidvania. Indivisible. I have played a little bit of Indivisible because I did follow that Kickstarter as it was going along. I think I have that on PS4 though, so I'd have to buy it again, so I'd probably be looking out for a sale on that one. But it is definitely one I'd be curious about. Turn that down a smidge. Oops. There we go. But Indivisible is definitely an option. Ori is definitely an option since I currently own it. Another option that I throw out there, just because we have the option for it, is the Toho Lunar Nights one. Because I was curious about that, and I never got a chance to finish it. Or no, I never got a chance to really start it. There is also a game which is more of an RPG by the name of Time Spinner, which has a very unique combat system to it. Which I think... Yeah, playtime... Wow, that's a very clean playtime. If we did it 8 seconds faster, that would have actually been pretty nice. But, yeah, 12 hours, 12 minutes, 20 seconds, 100% item collection. So, here's the bonus items you get for 100% clear, which is very nice. They're all in their swimsuits. I don't get Sky swimsuit, but oh well. And then just the default game clear for all of the genies. The Home Nights is one of my favorites and I suck at it. Okay, so it's a harder Metroidvania, so that's definitely a good thing to know. You unlock a hula costume, which I believe we can do pretty much off the start. But if we go back into our save file, we'll obviously have it noted as 100%. If we try to start a new game, will it proc us with anything? Yeah. So, you can replay the game in New Game Plus. I don't think there's anything special about doing a New Game Plus, other than the fact of, like, you have more magic, but you're squishier, and the fact that your avatar does change. It won't in those cutscenes, but I believe on the overworld it should change. Yeah. So all of your talk sprites in here will also be changed with it, but you're going to be in the hula costume throughout the entire game, and you just have more magic and you're functionally a wizard.
I think this might be my first real vacation, Uncle.
New Game Plus is like dancer armor for risky events? Yeah, basically. And it was kind of just the fill-in, since they didn't really have like a lot of options for it, but Freetown did have this dance, and you did kind of have this sprite put together, so it was kind of the easiest cameo one that you could use for the New Game Plus mode. But it works the same. You do the same animations, and they did reanimate everything to work with this costume. And the dress works pretty much as you'd expect it would. At least in terms of looks. And it's nice to go through it with the dress, but definitely not a requirement by any means. Because I'd imagine the only real benefit is just being able to get through it quicker because you've got more magic, but even that's, like, questionable. But that does kind of put us, like, an hour ahead of where I normally end stream time, so I guess it's kind of where I'm going to need to come to a decision, huh? Because we're going to have to find something else to play at the moment. And I'm wondering what I have installed. Another one we could do, actually, because we've got Shovel Knight as like our pixel platformer. We could also do Hat in Time. I think Hat in Time would work relatively well. The How Long to Beat says Lunar Nights takes 5 to 10, so it'd be another shorter one, and Ori's in the same boat as well. I honestly thought Ori was a bit longer, all things considered, but... I'll have to think about Ori. I did like it, and I wouldn't mind playing it, just I'm not in the mood to play it right now, if I'm being completely honest. Let's see here. Hat in Time is another option, just because it's another platformer. I might keep the pixelated games maybe for Saturdays, because once we finish Shovel Knight, that'll be a while, admittedly, then we could do either Toho or Time Spinner in that slot, and then we can keep the pixel games on Saturdays. And then on Thursdays, we can do pretty much anything else, really. Oh. Oh boy, can I do this? Hold on. Now I wonder, if I do that, does that just change studio mode, or does that change my stream too? That changes studio mode. So, we haven't had a hard platformer in a while. Since we finished off Celeste. Can anyone guess the music?
Well, Cuphead and his pal Bugman, they like to roll the dice. By chance they came on Devil's Game, and gosh, they paid the price. Paid the price. And now they're fighting.
Yeah, that seems like an option. Let me just actually get it added into the window here, just so that way you can guys see it. I can be semi-professional and stay on the just chatting stream while I'm doing it. Oh. Okay. Then capture specific window. I think I need that. Then boop.
Red. And if they
I think I just need to change screen resolution so that it actually fits widescreen. Just give me a quick second.
Well, the devil will take.
Let's see here. Or is this game not really made well for widescreen? That might be a problem.
Take their heads.
Because, I mean, 1920 by 1080 technically works, but that does kind of make it a bit awkward on my side. You know what, sure, that works. That at least makes it... Oops, don't do that. Move the game, please, and thank you. And then kick it down. So that's underneath the overlay and the gears and such. There we go. And there we go. Here's studio mode, and now we're on the game screen. There is a bit of a problem I'm noticing that it does kind of tab out of the music as well when we're doing it. Oops. Why did you suddenly stop liking my controller? Assign controller. There we go. So now we should be good now that it's recognized a 360 gamepad. The Cuphead is also a good option. Alright, we can actually choose VSync on. Visual. Yeah, I mean, it's on. I don't really remember exactly what it does, but it's not really affecting much on my side, I don't think. Oh yeah, right, stream info. Let's see here. I kind of wanted to confirm a game anyways. Oh, Mitchie. Welcome, welcome, Mitchie. Hopefully everyone's having a fantastic evening so far. Welcome, welcome to the freezer. My name is Jude, your Judicial Utility Droid Mark III. Just here kind of setting up a new game since we finished off Shantae. And figured we may as well do a little bit of Cuphead since we've got an hour left anyways. Shantae's done. Let's go back to the 60s. And then Cuphead. Done. There we go. And what were you doing? You were doing Open Ocean. I have no idea what that is, actually. You'll have to tell me a little bit about that, Mitchie, because... Oh, that's significantly louder. Alright, fine. How far back do we need to go here? The 40s? Or the 20s? There we go. It says 30s on the pause menu there. Oh. Yeah, that would probably make a bit more sense. Yeah, 1930. Well, we want to do it for accuracy's sake, so let's go back to the 30s. There we go. I'm a professional streamer. There's a little indie game where you're a shark eating fish, but the ocean slowly fills up with more trash and less fish. Very powerful message about pollution in the end. Interesting. I'll just go with Cuphead. I like Mugman, but I like Cuphead more. Yeah. Cuphead is a fun platformer. Once upon a time, in a magical place called Inkwell Isle, there were two brothers named Cuphead and Mugman. They lived without a care under the watchful eye of the wise Elder Kettle. Hey there, Nana. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good evening so far. Yeah, Cuphead. We kind of just finished Shantae, and I kind of needed something else anyway, so I'm starting off Cuphead because I would like to finish this game. And let's see, where was I? One day, two boys wandered far from home, spent the other kettle's many warnings, ended up on the wrong side of the tracks, and entered the Devil's Casino. Inside, Cuphead and Mugman soon found themselves in a winning streak at the craps table. Dog, slaying King Dice, the casino sleazy manager. These fellas can't lose. Nice run, boys, laughed the newcomer. The brothers gasped. You're the casino's owner, the devil himself. Now, how about we raise the stakes? He suggested, with a toothy grin. I'm a bit of a masochist, I'll be honest with that, but I did also miss over a screen, because apparently the key inputs for my emotions kinda screwed with that, so, whoops. Cuphead, blinded by his easy riches, nodded and grabbed the dice for a throw. Good gosh, Cuphead, no! Cried Mugman, for he understood the danger, but it was too late. Snake eyes, laughed the devil, slamming on the floor. You lose. The brothers trembled in fear as he loomed over them. Now, about those souls. The brothers pleaded for their very lives. There must be another way to repay you, Mugman stammered. Yes, please, mister, Cuphead added. Perhaps there is, the devil snickered, pulling out a parchment. I have here a list of runaway debtors. Collect their souls for me and I might just pardon you two mugs. Now get going, the devil roared, kicking the boys out most rudely. You have till midnight tomorrow to collect every one of those souls, otherwise I'll be the one collecting yours. Cuphead and Mugman were terribly frightened and ran away as fast as they could. Come on, Mugman and Cuphead. We have to find Elder Kettle, he'll know what to do. And I mean, like, I kinda like the suffering in some of the games, but, like, these games are at least fun, technically, and this does kind of harken back to the style of animation that I like so much. What a fine pickle you boys have gotten yourself into. I know you don't want to be pawns of the devil, but if you refuse, I can't bear to imagine your fates. You must play along for now, collect those contracts. And you'd best be ready to fight some you must be ready for some nasty business. Your debtor friends won't be very friendly once you confront them. In fact, I expect they'll transform into terrible beasts. Take this potion so they won't hang you to dry. They'll give you the most remarkable magical abilities. The ability to shoot a fucking gun. Now go to my writing desk and use the mystical inkwell there. You'll need to prepare yourselves for a scrap. Yeah, this is the very beginning of the game. Because now we have to do the ever-dreaded Cuphead tutorial. The hardest thing in existence. I can't imagine how we'll ever get past here in an hour's time. Why is the dash on Y? I might have to change that, because I like having the dash on the trigger, so I'll have to see if I can custom change that. And then parry. Bop, bop, bop! Because having dash on Y is definitely awkward as all hell, but also the EX moves, which are just fancy ways of doing it. There we go. Oh look, we're done with the tutorial. That took us, what, like 20 seconds? Yeah, the tutorial video. God, that was memed to hell and back when it actually happened. And I get why, but like, there we go. You'll have to lay out all those letters to move on. Now, shake a leg! Oh, whoops, I didn't actually mean to go back in there. I'm just kind of insistent on hitting jump. Come on. There we go, that's better. Dash on trigger. Yeah, I just like having dash on trigger just because that's how, like, my hands work a bit better. But it works, at least for me. I don't like having the dash on the face buttons with jump, because I tend to like doing stuff like... It's harder to show off because it's on the face buttons, because I have to kind of claw maneuver it. But, like, if you can just get a jump and a dash off at the same time, a lot of games kind of want you to do that anyways. Can I just exit to map? Okay. Yeah, we won't have to do that for a third time, but... Let's see, can I change it from here? Let's see here. Dash. Replace. First is enter taxes. There we go. Let's see, lock is on right bumper, that's fine. Switch weapons on left bumper. We'll just replace that with the left trigger. You have jump and dash on face, you can hit them with 2 fingers. Yeah, but the issue is that jump is on A and dash is on Y. That's kind of the problem with at least the default control scheme. And I kind of like, well, I guess having shoot on the trigger probably wouldn't be too bad, but I kind of like having X as the shoot button for now. We'll try that. I kind of don't remember what my rough game plan was when it came to this, but... Hey fellas, looks like you're in for it now, eh? Well, I used to be the same way. I was getting into trouble. Running, jumping, shooting. But now I prefer just strolling around and going to the pictures. But hey, let me give you a hand. Take this. We get some initial starting funds. Being on trigger just feels nice. Yeah, being on trigger is definitely at least nice overall. Now, we can kind of just do the usual stuff. I'd imagine what you're supposed to do is kind of just to go into the Porkrind's Emporium and get a secondary weapon to start off with. Which, we'll just grab spread, because we can. I'm starting to understand why your fingers break. I mean, that's only partly true. You got so quick those new purchases, you want to use them. Look at your quick card, you bum. No. Let's see here. Shot B, spread. There we go. And then we'll just go over to here for the... Oh wow, I forgot there was a simple form of the fights. Yeah.
A brawl is surely brewing.
We may as well get started with this. Left bumper is the right button for that. Alright, the parries. Then that button. Get that out of the way. You do kind of need to parry off a certain amount of them, which is why I'm doing that so incessantly. We also kind of screwed this up already because I got a hit taken, but... Whoops, hold up. I think I only need 3 realistically. There we go. And sadly, that bonus is not quite the best for you, so I might as well just hotshot him from here. Maybe at least hit him from farther away with this one. There we go. Then next should be the carrot, I think? Oh no, the onion. Onion is kind of not too hard. I might, in all honesty. Because it's not necessarily too hard to get perfect in this game, but... maybe with a bit of finagling, it might get a little bit tricky. We'll kind of have to play it by ear just to see. There we go. And thankfully, carrot's not really too bad either, and as long as you kind of lock yourself in place, you can kind of just do that anyways. But yeah, we'll kind of have to do this over anyways, just that way we can do a no-hit run of it, and then we can carry off whatever amount it actually requires us to. Yeah, we were pretty close on that, so I don't really mind retrying it.
Here's a real high-class bout. It's on.
Let's see here. Potato, buddy. It would be nice to probably parry off the worms just to start. Just because the worms are kind of the easiest thing to parry in this, but... Boink! There we go. Boink! There we go. Potato down. Then we just gotta worry about onion. Who's at least very weak to spread, which is always nice. Just gonna be waiting for you to end. And get... yeah, admittedly, the end of the game is gonna be a little bit tricky to actually perfect anything, but at least at the start we can start perfecting things, right? Because this part isn't necessarily too bad. Also just this. There we go. There we go. That's not too bad. And it is nice that I at least was able to get those angry emotes up relatively well. Gonna do pacifist on the run and gun. Can you do that? I haven't really watched much of the, like, speedruns for this game, but... what are we doing? Let's see here. What button was I actively looking for? That button. Okay. Yeah, pacifist is a separate rank for run and gun. Okay. Then I can always look into it, because it's definitely an option for them. Because I know you just need to kind of parry stuff anyways. There we go. There's a first run done at the very least. Did we actually get everything on it? I don't remember if it's 3. Yeah, 3 parries. Okay. You can make it through without shooting at one. Yeah, they're always kind of built that way, which is always nice. The super meter. Oh, it's because I used it, right? That gives us a little bridge at the very least, but, the root pack can go fuck itself. I'm at least getting it perfect on the root pack.
Here's a real high-class bout.
So I guess in terms of the super meter, oh no, wait, we need to use it. That's why. I just wasn't using it. There we go. No, you're rewarded on actually using your supers, so that's what I kind of screwed up on. Which we can kind of get the parries out of the way here anyways, since Onion is basically just dead to this. since, I mean, he just kind of stays in one place and cries, so I mean, there's only so much you can realistically do here. And if I remember right, there's some relatively safe spots for him. And then here, we can kind of just do the same thing, because the super is at least in a diagonal, so I can hit those weird ones that we just don't necessarily touch. And admittedly, I am kind of claw-hanging the supers while I'm shooting by doing this, but that's fine. The root pack is not really supposed to be hard anyways. That's kind of just supposed to be your intro to the mechanics of how the boss fights work, and how they usually work in phases anyways. There we go. So that should be a perfect run of it. Because we'll get it done in yellow time, we'll keep all our health, we'll have our parries, and we'll have all the super meters, and our skill level is good, so A+. There we go. GG, a perfect score. Always nice. Now, as I believe Non mentioned, getting perfect on everything is kind of difficult, so we're gonna have to see how that works. I'll be a monkey's uncle if I'm putting any my moolah on the bank. For all I know, the devil probably controls that place too. He'll never get ahead of my goal if I spread it all around, and if some Joe happens to find a coin or two, good for him. That's what I say. Yeah, he's not the smartest of coins in the world, but... time for the frogs. The frogs are weird, just because their patterns are a little bit funky. And I'm bad with parrying, at least the first phase. Alright, yeah, I'm definitely under stable solace. Hopefully you can get to bed relatively quickly. And hopefully you can get some sleep. What you got? There we go. There we go. At least gets us a couple of the parries on there. And we'll just kind of take the shooting here slowly, just so we can get the parries out of the way. There we go. Well, yeah, and there's the change of phase. So now you kind of have to deal with them on both sides, so it's a relatively good time to maybe focus down one of them, just because their combo mechanics are a little bit awkward. And if you're trying not to take a hit at the very least, there we go. You can at least hit them relatively well. And then this, which I'm not even gonna explain how the hell this is supposed to work, but like, I'll just change over to Pea Shooter for now. Tiger, what is Tiger good for? Tiger is good for getting you damage. Noted. Yeah, I kind of figured that's where I would screw it up, but you kind of have to learn the fights of Cuphead anyways, so I don't mind too much. Alright, buddy, what you got? You've got one fist? Really? Depending on how long these fights actually take, it might honestly be waiting for the perfect on the frogs. Might be the last thing we do. There we go. There we go. I also do like how the fly steps under the keys. Ah, shite. I would like to get perfect on the frogs, because they're not necessarily hard, but... I don't know, should we perfect this game? There we go. Let's get a bunch of parries out of the way. I also do like how all of the guests here are bugs, yet there's just two frog boxers here, which seems a little bit of a problem. There we go. Parrying is also pretty much an instant card, which is a good reason for you to actually do it, but... that one. Which in cases like this, where they're just kind of around, At least you can throw 2 out and you can hit both of them, which is kind of why this phase ends up going a little bit quicker, because it's easier to hit. God damn it. It's easier to hit both of them in the long and short of it, but didn't get... Not nice to get hit, but I'm just gonna take this as a learning experience, because I have a feeling I'm gonna die on the slot machine anyways. Well, also because the slot machine's a jerk. There we go. And starting off with Tiger already. Nope. There we go. Sadly, you can also only hit the slot machine while its eyes are open, so you kind of have to focus him down during this. What time is it, I guess, now that I'm thinking on it? It's 11:30, so we still have a bit of time to work with, so that's fine.
Now go!
What you got, Froggy Boy? There we go, get the free 3 parries out of the way. Then just burn them down with Spread, because Spread is your friend. It's usually good for damage and clearing. Then get those out of the way. There we go. That button, please. Okay, no, don't hit that. Thankfully, we can burn enough supers to get through this relatively well, so it's mainly just going to be a problem of not taking damage, because the slot machine is one that does usually screw me up in terms of that. There we go. And Frog. That's probably the phase, yeah. I thought he was going to go slower. Oh well. That's fine. Well, we'll just champ over that. We get Bull this time. So yeah, if you can kind of tell by the actual platforms, you kind of just have to keep in mind what way the flame is coming out. In which case it can screw you up a little bit, but... Wow, we're not getting very far in the slot machine at all. I wonder if I'm just taking this too recklessly. Or if we should save most of our supers for the actual slot machine anyways. Oh, didn't quite get that one. That's fine. Maybe let's just take it a bit calmer, and that way we can not die as easily to the slot machine. Or these guys, for that matter. Ah, shite. You know what? If we're gonna take 2 that early anyways, we may as well just restart it.
Now go!
Let's just take this calmer. And maybe for a game that I haven't actually 100%ed in the past, maybe we shouldn't go perfect on everything. Maybe it might just be better to go with the flow and just kind of finish the game. We can play all the levels at least, that's not too hard, but maybe perfecting it might be a little bit rough. Yeah, I'm just gonna run with that knowledge for now. There we go. And just do that. Get as much damage on those guys as possible. Because they should be, yeah. No, hello. And then thankfully you can at least damage them during the interim phase, so that's always nice. There we go. Alright, Fan. What you got, Fan? Yep. There we go. Then Slot Machine. What you got, Mr. Slot Machine? Boink. starting off with Snake. Shit, okay. Yeah, Snake is a bit awkward at times. I'd imagine you can probably space it out a little bit easier with your dash, but it's not something I usually do, so maybe it's something I should start doing. There we go. Now then, what you got, buddy? There we go, and there we go. That's a bit better. Parry that. That, and that. That's the button I want. And then we'll just shoot down this guy's toes, because we can. There we go. Then, Mr. Fan, what you got for us? Yeah, I kinda figured that was coming. Oh well. I may as well get everything else. Well, alrighty, slot machine. What you got for me? Bull. Okay. Starting off with an immediate switch. Nope. 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 Oh boy, I am really rusty at Cuphead.
This match will get red hot. And begin!
Oh well. We'll see what we can do. Get rid of the flaming geese mosquitoes. I'm not really sure what they are, but they just sound like geese and I love it. Ah. Oh well. What? What? Come on. There we go. He's not actually ready for next phase yet. That's the interesting point. There we go. Now then, yeah, there we go. Then we'll just poke his toes as much as we can. Because it's nice that they leave them kind of open to damage during the transitional phase, but seems like a little gimmicky to do so. Now then, what do you got, Mr. Fan? Yeah, we're into the next phase already, so that's a good sign. Alrighty. I do kind of wish there was something you could do with the coins, but I don't think any of them ever pop up to be pink, so... Snake. Of course. Good boy. You were a tanky boy.
A brawl is surely brewing. It's on!
Let's just get a little bit of that in. Get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. And one. There we go, that's better. Then I'd imagine this can be aimed diagonally as well, so it'd be a nice kind of combo hit on both of them. Well, we'll poke your toes as much as possible. Let's see. Because other than that, it's mainly just the slot machine that always gives me problems at the very least, but I do enjoy the Cuphead fights overall. I think it's only one that I recall not liking, but we haven't hit that point yet, so, and I don't think we will for a while. There we go. And slot machine. what you got for us today, slot machine? Oops. Should've just taken the parry. Bull. Oh. There we go. Got through one phase of that at least. Then bull again. Okay. No. There we go. Boink. And I probably want to super here, so. Oh. Oh, I was right there too. Okay.
A brawl is surely brewing.
We were close, but that was my bad. I did not notice that we landed on the platform. That's definitely a good way to kill yourself on the tiger rotation, but... Now then, pop. Let's do that. Nope. And here. Whoops. Pop, pop. Pop, pop. Oh. I was jumping at that one thinking it was actually going to be a pink, but not quite. Yeah, how's everyone doing so far? Since we are kind of going to be, I would say, winding down for the night, but we are kind of playing a very, like, difficult game anyways. But I at least enjoy this, so that's always nice. Yeah, definitely a lot of bop-bops you can get in this game. I just love swing music in general, so playing this game is also a good reason for that. Also, I kind of wish there was something to parry in this phase, but that might be a little bit too wish fulfillment. Well, and since you're done, we're just going to load in as much damage as we can. There we go. Alright, so what you got now, slot machine? Oh, we were too close. Yeah, enjoying this game is definitely the most important part of it. Really? Okay.
A great slam and then some. Here goes.
And I do enjoy the game for sure. Just it does get a little bit frustrating when you screw up like simple platforming like that. Because that shouldn't be that really hard of a pattern to remember, but brain kind of just dies in the heat of the moment. Here we go. And I believe we get at least one of these, so... There we go. There we go. Oh wow. That's right, I didn't actually take a hit off that, but... There we go. Next phase. We'll attack the brother's toes while the other one actually pops back on screen. Kind of another benefit to crouching is no, you don't fall slower. I thought you did it. Either way. Let's see. This should be enough damage output? No, it's not. Okay, interesting. I guess maybe I sneak a few more supers in there. There we go. There we go. Alright, slot machine, show me what you got. Blink. Start with bull. Okay. Nope. There we go. Then what's next? Snake. I like snakes, but the snake pattern does usually screw me over because of stuff like that.
Good day for a 12-hour. You're up.
Alright, well, this gives us another chance to perfect it, so I don't mind too much. There we go. There we go. There we go. Now then you... shoot me your plasma fists at me, please, and thank you. Really? I missed all of those. In all honesty, that's like the easiest one to get here, so I'm just gonna wait for that. Oh, we're gonna do that one again, huh? Now, I don't believe there's much else to really parry in this fight, which is why you kind of have to ration it out a little bit. Oh, okay, now get one more. There we go. Let's see here. Super. Super, super. Then that. There we go. That's better. Then almost. Oh. I crouched apparently. Not the best way to take a hit, but... what you got for me, fan buddy? Since I can at least nuke you down with 3 hits of that at a time since you're tall. Yeah, this is phase change right here. Alright, buddy. Well, and then slot machine. In which case I will put that on. Let's get a little bit of damage on it here, but... nope. That's better. There we go. Snake. Come on now. I'll just wait out Snake. There we go. Then Snake again. Come on. Not quite done yet. Pop. Come on, Tiger. Aww. Close.
A great slam and then some.
Alright, buddy.
Now go.
Fight me. Come on. Now, can you give me a pattern that's easily variable? No, you cannot. Oh well. There we go. Boom. And I won't poke it too much because I'd like to get 2 off of this if I can. There we go. That sets us up for this. There we go. There's phase change. Into there. Buddy, what do you got for us? Nope. Oh well. I think it's probably just in our better interests to just finish the game. We've kind of been trying to perfect all of the hard games lately, and that's not necessarily a good thing for one's sanity and probably my broken fingers. We'll at least try it for a bit, but if we just can't get it, then no point in forcing it. There we go. Now then, shoot your money at me. Gotta actually... right, he has a hitbox. Oh boy, I keep forgetting that. Oh.
Here's a real high-class bout.
What time is
Here
it?
goes.
Y'all can go away. Y'all can go away. Y'all can go away. It's about 10 minutes too, actually, so... If we can't complete this soon, I might have to call it. No. Thought I could get all three, but I guess not. Up, bop. Bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. And you, can you give me some more things to parry? There we go. That should be phase change. Yeah. Alright, Frog, come over here. Let me shoot your toes. There we go. May as well play this safe just to see if we can get the perfect run another way, but... Bump, 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 bump. There's phase 2. There you go. Then slot machine. Come at me, slot machine. I've been to a casino before. You're very easily kickable, and of course it's Tiger to start. Noted. Tiger again. Okay. No. Don't have iframes on your dodge in this game, which is a bit of a downside, but...
A brawl is surely brewing. Now go!
Let's see. I think we'll do it maybe one more round, let's say. One more good solid try at this. Then maybe we'll just call it quits for now. Then we'll see if we add this, and I'll probably mull over what we can add to Thursday for next week, but we've got a few options at the very least. Froggy boy. There we go. Really? Also really? Oh well. We're not... May as well just not try for perfects. That's going to be too much of a hair-ripping nonsense compared to how difficult the game actually is, so... Let's just play the game. We don't need 100%, since we're not really achievement hunting anyways. And they make it enough of a... God damn it. They make it enough of a challenge if you're just not thinking about things correctly. So, with our small robot brain, let's just try and take this a bit nicer for us. Case in point. Oh, that was right on transition point too, huh? Okay, one more actual solid try.
Here goes!
Then we should be okay. I thought we were gonna get the slot machine on that one, but I guess we bailed out a little bit too early. It's on that pattern. There we go. Then spit out your flies. Really? All the way over there. Rude. That one. Aw. Oh. I forgot there was another actual shot to that. Oh well. We'll just shoot your brother for now. Alright, buddy, come here. Let me shoot you with all my boots. That should probably be enough. Not quite. There we go, that's phase change. Now, the one thing I know about the phase change there is you can't really do any damage to the slot machine, just simply because it's impervious until you actually get it going with that. We get Tiger. Probably not a great place for us, but... yeah, case in point. Oh well. It's getting relatively late, and we can always pick up Cuphead maybe a little bit later for a bit more of a long-form section of it. Because it's a bit more of a challenging game anyways, so I can definitely see it being on the docket for later, just because obviously I'm a masochist and I like killing my hands with hard platforming games. But just taking a quick look at the schedule going forward. Tomorrow we will have Tales of Berseria for as long as I'm up for playing an RPG, and then if not, we can swap to something else. Saturday we will continue with Shovel Knight and the 4-Dog Fiesta with the crew, and then Sunday we will be continuing on with Fate Tactics. That'll be a nice time overall, I feel. But let's just take a quick peek at things now. I guess, yeah, if I'm going to be actually off the game screen, it's probably best to turn on the piano. Yeah, Berseria. Berseria is always a fun time, just because of the fact it's... Did it actually show me like an IRL streamer as a recommended? Wow, it did. That's rare that I actually get shown an IRL person on my dashboard for recommends. Let's see here. Well, that's interesting. Bao actually has more people than Leaflet in his stream for once. Let's see here. Who would be a good person to raid for tonight? We could go bug Froggy, all things considered. Mousie's probably going to bed soon because it's like 6 a.m. in the morning on her side. So while it would be nice to raid Mousie, let's just maybe encourage her to go to bed. Let's see. Dax is going. Peebles is going with World. Wasn't quite expecting World, but... let's see. Oh, there's a Goblin going as well, actually. How long have they been going? For an hour and a half. So I'd say that's a safe target to actually raid. I'll beat that. Let's see. So /raid that. And then we'll do raid 1. Or actually, no, for this time we'll do custom. Shantae. Done. Onto Cup. And then Hurt. Up. And then Shantae's done. Onto Cup. Bleeding Purple Heart. Up. There we go. It's nice having the generic, but since we finished the game, we may as well do something a little bit specific to kind of signify what we were doing tonight. But did want to thank everyone again for coming tonight. It's always nice having you here chilling in the freezer. Going forward, I will kind of mull over what we replace 7 Sirens with, because I'm not 100% certain what I want to do. It might be better to just kind of play a chiller game in place of that for now. But I'm sure I'll think up something by next week. So, again, thank you all very much for joining me in the freezer. I'll kick you over now. Bye-bye.